Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to our Friday stream, where we're going to be working on Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now, today, I think is going to be more of a project cleanup stream. So we've got a few open issues that I want to close, or at least like implement the things so that we can close them. And I also want to get tests working and potentially do some like project documentation too. So I want to get like an entity relationship diagram generated for the database. I want to create a better version of like the user onboarding flowchart. And I want to look into tests because right now, whenever we set up the app, we use the default SvelteKit template, and it did set up end-to-end tests with Playwright. So we do have like this basic test when Playwright is already installed as a dependency. So I think we'll update this test so it makes sense for the way that our app looks now. But then we need to figure out how can we test the user onboarding flow, and that will potentially require seeding the database, creating some like mock data. Yeah, no features today. just code hygiene. And there's also like quite a few like to-dos scattered throughout the repo. So like this, like all of these. So I want to fix those, either pull those out into proper issues or fix the things itself. So today, not necessarily as exciting as usual, but it will be pretty fun to set up tests and also figure out how we're gonna test the onboarding flow. I think especially because we're using OAuth, and it's really tricky to test OAuth in isolation, right, without actually having a user account to do. So, you know, I think I want to do unit tests, but the thing is with integration tests, we might actually need, so for like the onboarding flow, we might need integration tests, but I think we could work it in a way where we can write unit tests for the onboarding flow, like making sure the redirects happen based on user state, that kind of thing. Yeah. I guess that's true, Limotes. A lot of people were excited about setting up ESLint. We'll probably use VTest, but I don't know. I've never tested a Svelte app or a SvelteKit app, so we'll see how that goes. And also, like when we get into it, this is gonna be the one of the last things we do is setting up tests, because we're gonna clean up everything else first. But we will talk about the different kinds of tests. So this is an end-to-end test. This literally spins up a web browser, goes to web pages, clicks on buttons, checks to see if things exist. This is testing end-to-end, the full flow of the app. There's also a thing called unit tests, which test individual functions or individual things within the app. And we're gonna write both. So yeah, and Playwright is like the new Cypress, I guess. I mean, I don't have any experience with it. This app was generated with it, so we're gonna try it. I do know in Sejim, thank you. Whoa. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I need to fix my overlay. We need to do a overlay working on the overlay stream next week. That's what we need to do. But Sej, thank you very much for the gifted. I see you in the Discord. You're out there.
Corgo 1000, Corgo 1000, happy Friday.
And David with the 2,000 bits. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. But yeah, Sej was ready to go. They're in the Discord. They posted a picture of their setup just for like watching stream and coding. I think it might be fun to like rate people's setups if you want to post pictures of how you're watching Coding Garden or how you're coding. I don't know if we'll do that or not. I don't know, but that could be fun. But thank you, Sej. I do appreciate that. And Murdoch, thank you. Well, that was I don't even, was I even streaming when Murdoch gave me those bits? Thank you for those bits, Murdoch. I do appreciate it. And David, thank you for the bits too. All right, so that's the plan for today. If you're new here and you've never seen Listed, let me start it up for you. I can show you what the app is, and then we'll get to coding. So our database is a Postgres database, and so we start that up with Docker, and then I can do npm run dev, and that starts up the SvelteKit app. Are you the top gifter right now? Let's see. Nice. Wow. Thank you, Sej. I appreciate that. So the app is running. We can visit it. compiling. Cool. And we're actually logged in. So once it's done loading, let's log out so I can show you our app, which is basically nothing yet. But we have OAuth with Google and like an onboarding flow. So when you click sign up with YouTube, that redirects you to YouTube. You click your account, you get redirected back. Last time we set up the onboarding flow. So because this user has already been onboarded, it just takes us back to the homepage. But if they hadn't been, that takes us to the onboarding page, where right now there's no settings, but eventually you'll be able to set your color theme, set your preferred language and stuff like that. Yeah. Can I explain Docker to noobs like you? Basically, it allows you to take a pre-configured environment and start it up with a single command. Because if I wasn't using Docker for Postgres, I would need to install Postgres directly on my machine, and that can be involved. Like we could just search for macOS install Postgres, macOS packages. So I would need to, I guess you can use Homebrew as well, but I would need to figure out how to install it. And then every other developer that works on this project would also need to figure out how to install Postgres on their operating system. And then they could be able to connect to it. Basically, what Docker has done for us in this scenario is we have a single configuration file called the Docker compose file that says we have we're using the Postgres image, which is pre-created by the Postgres people. And this is basically, it describes a Linux machine that has Postgres pre-installed, and we can just start it right up. So instead of having a lot of manual steps for installing and setting up an environment, Docker basically gives you a way to configure it and then one command to start it up. So any other developers that need to work on the app have one command they can run to get that dev environment. That's what Docker is useful for. I didn't explain how it works. It's containers. It's not virtual machines, but that's probably, I don't know. It's probably good enough, right? Did I get a chance to compare Next and SvelteKit bundle sizes? No. And it's honestly not something I'm worried about. We can, but I have been a professional developer for over 10 years, and not once have I needed to care about my bundle size. Now, you could argue that you should, and you're potentially like losing customers, or you're not thinking about people with slower internet connections, but most of the stuff I've built just works. So, I don't know. Yeah. What's the npx Prisma migrate dev? Because an online Postgres database, it fails. When you run that command, it takes your Prisma schema and, well, really it takes the SQL that was generated for it, but so it takes the SQL that was associated with that schema, the initial migration, and it runs this against your database to create the tables. It also generates TypeScript types behind the scenes when you run that command. So if it's failing, maybe you don't have the right permissions on the database, or maybe you don't have your .env set up correctly, because the Prisma is dependent on this database URL in your .env. So if you don't have that, then it'll potentially fail. Yeah. Why are the load times so slow? I think it's just the SvelteKit server. Honestly, we could test this. So if I do npm run build, and then we do a preview, it should be faster. But it basically has to cache a lot of things and like do the initial server-side render. But once it's hot, once it's up and going, then it's a bit faster. Yeah. Can I show how to use the server auth for YouTube so you don't have to log in every time? Not sure what you mean by that, Hot Dance. Do you mean the fact that when I log out? Oh, I forgot I killed the app, but let's run the preview version for it. Oh, 4173 is the preview. Internal server error. Host must be a trusted URL. What? Calm down, Auth.js. Okay, we're not going to demonstrate that right now. But I'm pretty sure that when it has. If we're in production and it takes that long to render the page, we're doing something really wrong. But it just has to do with the dev environment. But what Hot Dense is asking is when I clicked login with Google, it's always redirecting me to the page where I have to click authorize. Are you asking how do we make it so that because it's already seen me before, it doesn't redirect? So like it takes me to this page every single time. Is that what you're asking? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. It's an issue with, so tabular icons is taking that long to load? That's good to know. So the app is going to be based on channels. So if you use YouTube right now, playlists have individual videos. But what I want to do is I want to take all the channels that are of a specific type that I like to watch. So like the example I always use is cooking. So the Babish Culinary Universe, You Suck at Cooking, Maddie Matheson, Munchies, Bon Appetit, Internet Shaquille. All of those channels have to do with food and cooking content. And I want to see a feed of only those channels and their latest videos. So the list that I create is just the names of the channels. And then when I'm consuming, I'm just getting all of their latest videos. And eventually we'll have some kind of recommendation algorithm for like, oh, well, this list is based on these cooking channels. You might also like these other channels that have appeared in other people's lists that have those same channels on there. So it's different from just a playlist of videos. You put the channel names and then we automatically grab all of the videos from all of those channels. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Yeah. Remove. Oh, is that really the case? I'm curious to try it. Thank you, America 2050. I don't know how you debugged that or found that, but let's do it. If we comment out the icon import and don't put an icon on the page, and then we do a, well, I guess we technically already rendered. Let's kill it. Kill it, and then try it. Well, I deploy the containers together. So when I deploy, I'm not actually going to even be using containers because the Svelte backend itself can just be deployed to Versal. And so the basically our entire app just becomes serverless functions. And then the database will need to find a managed database provider in order to deploy it. So we could use Supabase. Like, I know Supabase has like real-time features and their own SDK, but technically you can create a Supabase account at a Supabase project and just get the database URL, which is a Postgres URL, and now they're like your managed hosts. There's also fly.io, few others, but we need to choose where we're going to host our database. But our database is going to be hosted separately, and our database will not be in a container because whatever database host we choose will also have things like automatic backups and stuff like that. So, yeah. Need of Svelte could help. Does anyone know how to stop the page reloading after submitting a form? So, that's always going to happen, and then that's basically that's the browser's doing, not Svelte's doing. If you want to prevent the browser from reloading, that's where you do event.prevent default. But if you're doing that, then you can't benefit from actions inside of Svelte. So if we look at the SvelteKit website, are you following? Does that make sense? So if you look in their docs, they have stuff on form handling and then form actions. So basically you define a form like this, and if you say method post and you have a page.server file next to it that exports an object called actions and you have default, when this form gets submitted, it's going to run this server-side code. But if you don't want to do it this way, if you want to do it kind of like the regular plain old vanilla JavaScript way, you would essentially just need to add a submit event listener on the client side and then have a JavaScript function that like makes the request. And inside of that function, you need to do event.prevent default, or there's actually a helper in Svelte that, so you don't have to do event.prevent default, but behind the scenes, that's what it's doing. For form submission? Anybody know what that shortcut is in Svelte? Did we get it? Did we get it? Yeah, and SvelteKit, I guess, is a little bit different because if you're using enhance in SvelteKit, that basically gives you a client-side way of handling the form before it gets submitted to your backend. So you can look into enhance as well. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! What's up, JZ Chaos? Welcome in. It's not the hey. I understand it's just a joke, Sej, but I do want to remind people, let's keep the chat safe for work. Imagine this is a professional environment. I guess, I mean, you can't even do that because a lot of people like curse at work and are very vulgar. Just don't be vulgar, is all I'm saying. just be kind, and that's it. So if you're in plain Svelte, if you want to automatically prevent the default action of a form, you can do this. But again, that's different than SvelteKit because SvelteKit by default is submitting to the server instead of handling it on the client side. Yeah. Docker allows you to package software into small units called containers that can be easily ran on any environment regardless of the platform. Nice, Tanner. That's a good explanation. So, yeah, I mean, we could talk about like how to use Docker. You'll notice I'm only using Docker for my database. I have not Dockerized my Svelte app, and I don't think I'm going to. I mean, we could, and it depends on like how you're going to do the deployment. But if you're in local development and you have your server side code inside of a Docker container, it slows down the development workflow. Now, it may not slow it down that much, but there's a lot of things that need to happen. Like anytime you have a code change, the TypeScript compiler needs to run. All of those files need to be updated, and then like the server needs to be restarted. And now instead of restarting locally, that has to happen through the Docker container. So this is not a project where I would containerize. That was really quick. So I think America 2050 had it, and that's fascinating. Bringing in this icon causes a really long load time. Does it have to do with tree shaking, America 2050? Like when we do this, it's technically, actually, I mean, do we have, can we bring in individual icons? Icons? Icon brand YouTube? Cannot find a declaration file. Yeah, but I think, okay, that might actually be the issue is we're technically importing every single icon on build rather than just the YouTube icon. And so that like heavily slows down the initial page render. You can see without it, it loads really quick. I'm going to leave that commented out for now. We're also going to add it to do fix load times, because this is something I do care about, because if simply commenting and out and not using the icon fixes the page load, I don't want to have to deal with that. So yeah. Got an error about not being created as shadow DB. I don't know, American 2050. What database host are you using? Oh, so Prisma uses a shadow DB. Okay, so that's a Prisma thing. I don't have any experience like deploying a database that talks to Prisma. So, what do you want to assign, Timon? Oh, I'm gonna look at this. Yeah, my plan. Every single issue that is open, I'm gonna look at today. You don't gotta assign it to me. I'm gonna do it today. That's the plan for today. What does indexing a database mean? It speeds up your queries. So if you're constantly querying your user table by email, you want an index on that email column, because it's gonna make the queries a whole lot faster. I don't know the exact technical explanation of it, but you could also think of it like a hash map or a dictionary lookup in like regular programming languages. By setting up an index, it makes it so that it's like constant time lookup for a given thing that you've indexed versus potentially having to iterate over the whole table. That's how I think about it. Again, I don't know if that's technically correct, but David says, I haven't used a single framework that has such a bad bundle size and that the Lighthouse performance is terrible. Oh, you mean like in general, the Lighthouse performance is decent, or it's not because of that? And what's up, Crafty Becky? Welcome in. And Balanera, welcome in. Yeah. Origin in the node build? Okay. I don't feel like fixing yeah. You're just a little behind, Timon. I'm gonna look at every single issue today. That's the plan. Ooh, new Dino version. Nice. What's up, Andreas? Welcome in. Sej is just a kind person that has been donating a lot. But yeah, they're at the top of the gift list right now. If you do it permanently, you can use YouTube as your video upload service. Do login in the background. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, Hot Dents, for that. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, the She-Boss. Yeah, I do appreciate it. Issue report and possible fix. We'll take a look at that. Yeah. What's up, Say Lolek? Welcome in. Yeah, if you want to post a code sample in the Discord, we have a help forum. We can try to take a look, Diamond. Yeah. What's up, Young Kurovic? Welcome in. And Finder the Ice Wing. Hello. Hey, no worries, Sesh. Like I said, it's just a warning. For work, I wish the front end app was not Dockerized. Yeah, I've worked on some teams where someone else Dockerized a React app, and I was like, this is not it. Like, especially like the build times, the refresh times. Like, when you're working locally, I just run it locally. And also, like, I guess that's the thing, because when you deploy a React app, you do not need to put a React app into a Docker container. If it's plain old React, because it's just static files. Like, it's just like that should be on a CDN. I've seen some people have spin up a container that's running Nginx, and then they have the React app inside of that. That's better. That's better than running the build server in production or the dev server in production. But ideally, you would just deploy your React app to a CDN. It doesn't need to be in a container. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the issue you opened, America 2015. What's up, JFellyWeb? Welcome in. Why don't I use Iconify? We just chose. we found this library when I was searching. I don't know a lot of other icon libraries, so I use my Docker environment, but map to local files. That way, I'm not tainting my machine, but have a lot of flexibility. So I've done the same thing. So you essentially set up a Docker volume that points to the local files in the folder, but the dev process is running inside of the container. So it's still like slightly slower than just running it directly in the terminal. Yeah. Yeah, and Medob has more tips on indexing. Like, you don't want to index everything. You just want to index the things that you're querying on a lot. Because the more indexes you add, it potentially slows down when you're inserting a new thing or updating a new thing, because every new thing that you insert needs to be added to that index. And David, thank you for the bits. It took me way too long as a beginner dev to figure out how to properly deploy a React app. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad examples and guidance out there as well. So that's a thing. You have to do it when you design your data. Yeah, you index early on, but really before. Basically, you figure out what are the kind of queries you're going to be running, and then you index based on the queries that you're going to be running. And you can always add index laters. Yeah, so Automagic has an explanation there. They are saying that DB indexes are expensive. I think it is similar to the point that was made by Medob, how every index you add potentially slows things down, but your queries are going to be faster. So, yeah. Yes, people do. Like, people... Yes, I've seen it. People literally do the npm start of a React app in production, not realizing that when you do npm start, that's just a Webpack dev server. That's like bundling the files on the fly and then just serving up static files. You shouldn't do that. Now, if it's a Next.js app, that's a different story. But if it's a plain old client-side React app, you do not want to run that dev server. You just want to build the app and then serve the files. What's up, Kiss My Pixels? Steez icons? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with Tailwind and style components. I think you can do it, but I haven't done it. What's up, Blue Spider? I'm doing good. What's up, Cloudy? Welcome in. All right, we got caught up on chat. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. I'm going to tell you how my overlays work. Yeah, run the build command. This is your notice. Do not run the Webpack dev server in production. Run build and then host your static file somewhere. But welcome in. I'm so glad to see you. Glad that you're here. There's a lot of cool things you can do in my overlays and in the chat here. Yeah, now we're back to real time. We can see all of the latest chat messages. So you can see, for instance, Oscar has what flag is this? The Alexandria flag and the Svelte icon, and also a custom color on it. You can see that William Cameron has the UK flag and the React icon. What else? You can see that Limeotes has the, I have no idea what that is, flag, and then the C language logo. You can see that Auto Magic has the Turkey flag and the Node.js logo.
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100. Apology bits coding hi-yo.
You didn't have to do that, Sej. But I thank you. Thank you for the bits. And you shouldn't run NodeMon in production. You shouldn't run TS Node in production. There's a lot of things you shouldn't do in production. But regardless, here's how you too can customize your messages in my overlay. So if you want to set an icon, you can go over to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet. This has a bunch of brands and icons that you can pick from, or you can check out simple icons. So this page has all of the slugs for simple icons, but if you go to simpleicons.org, it has a bunch of different brands and stuff like that, so you can pick what you want. Let me pick what I want. Let's see. Bucket? Yeah. We're going to do Amazon S3 because this is one potential way to deploy a React app. Build it, put your files into an S3 bucket, and then expose that S3 bucket with CloudFront. That's a CDN. And you don't have a server-side dev process to serve your static app. So I want to use Amazon S3. I can look on the slugs page for Amazon S3. And this is the slug, Amazon S3. So, or you could put it on Firebase. Any CDN would work. Let's take a quick stretch. And then in the chat, if you do !team followed by that slug or the name of the icon from Font Awesome, that will set it in the overlay. So now when I send messages, you can see I got a nice little bucket next to my name. And you can also set your country flag. So easy mode, just set your country flag to the 2-character country code that you live in. Ooh, Limeotes has the PHP logo. Nice. Does S3 act as a server? You can. So there's actually a setting in Amazon S3 to say expose as a web server, but you don't want that as your production web server. You want to put that behind a CDN so that it can cache the files and like distribute it around the world. Because an S3 bucket is just in one spot, one location. Yeah. Oh, is this Kubernetes? Nice. Yeah, you can set your flag. So in the chat, if you do !flag followed by your 2-character country code. So if you do, well, for me, it's US. Oh, you got the Ruby on Rails badge. Nice. And so if I do that, then now my messages will have the United States flag on them. But it goes deeper. So we're working on a project that has all the flags for not only countries, but also for provinces or states and some cities. So if you check out this repo here, we forked it from, there's info in the README on where we forked this from, but people have been pull requesting new flags. And there are more that I need to merge in. I'll handle that eventually. But if you go into the SVG folder, the top level, you can see the countries. So let's say, for instance, you are in the United Kingdom. Or sorry, that would actually be Great Britain is your country code. So GB, you would go into that folder, and then you can see in there, we actually have all of the provinces in Great Britain, states. Are they called states? I don't know what they're even called. But in here, you can see if you want to set it specifically to the England flag, then it would be ENG. Or Wales would be WLS. And so once you find the flag that you want to use in this repo, you can do flag with country and then state. But counties, are they called counties? I thought they were, I don't know. But so in this case, if like I wanted to do UK Wales, I could do UK/Wales, and then now my flag didn't work. Oh, it's not UK, it's GB/Wales. So if I do GB Wales, then you can see that I have the Wales flag like that. Wow. but I don't live in Wales. I live in Denver, Colorado. So some of these, you'll have to look at the repos. Some of these also have cities. So if I go US and then I go Colorado, you can see that this also has cities. So for me, I can set it to the Denver flag. So if I do flag US, Colorado, Denver, now I have the Denver flag, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's got little mountains and a sun. Yeah. Milwaukee has 2 city flags. Yeah. Yeah. Is that in Wisconsin? Yeah, and so basically if you go in this folder, you can choose, do you want to use the Milwaukee People's flag or the Milwaukee flag itself? But it would just be US/WI/ the name of the flag. So here's the repo if you want to peruse it. And if you don't see your provinces, states, or cities, then feel free to make a pull request. There is a contributing guide though, because we want them in a specific format, and you'll have to like update the metadata. Switzerland's Canton added. Yeah, and you can see that on this issue here. So this person added all of the flags of Switzerland, but in the SVGs, I actually want you to include this metadata tag because that's how we're able to extract out and validate what the various flags are. So you can check that out too. Also, you can set your pronouns. You can see on my chat message, I have he, him, his. Those are my pronouns. Who else do we got? Arpats has the pronouns he, him, his. And William Cameron has their pronouns to he, him, his. So if you two want to set them, you can choose from this list. Or is it? It's this list. What pronouns? Like this. So if you do she, he, they, ko, nan, ze, hi, it, one, im, or yo, pick one from this list. And then you can set it. So if you pick one from the list in the chat, do pronoun, and then choose one. So for me, it's he. So if I do that, now my pronouns show up as he, him, his. If you don't have any pronouns, you can do none, and that'll actually show up as none. You don't prefer to have pronouns at all. So you can do that. And then lastly, and what's up, Bob? Thanks for being here. Carabal, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, last thing, you can set your status. You can see that Bob's status is set to null and mine is set to still trying my best. William says, this status is safe for work. Oscar says, chief feed officer at least listed media. So if you want to set your, in SQL Gordsters is too cold. Spider-Man's is set to not safe for work status. Listen, your status needs to be set safe for work. If you do ! set status, that will show up on all of your messages. So it needs to be safe for work. If it is, Limeoats has the tailwind status. If the status is not safe for work, the mods will time you out and potentially ban you. So keep your stuff safe. And you want to do ! set status. What is my status going to be? Straight chillin'. Code. Cool. And now my status is set to that. I have no idea what any of those flags are in the Great Britain folder. Somebody added them. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people like to mess with me too. They'll do like set status cannot read property of undefined or something like that. But we know the code works. We know it does. Am I missing anything? I think that's about it. The other thing is we have the drop game here. So throughout the day, there's like a 90-second cooldown. But every 90 seconds, you can do drop. If you do drop me, that will drop your Twitch avatar. If you do drop with an emoji, that will drop an emoji. Or you can drop an emote. So object? What emote do I want to drop? Let's drop the code emote. We'll do the clapping emote because that's fun because it looks like a little bird. So if I do this, then we should see, yeah, you see it dropping. But if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the string. All right, Sej, I think is going to do it. And whoever that is, you're going to get in the garden. Let's see. Nice. So there's Sej and Dev Henrique. The closer you are to the center, the bigger your name and the bigger your seedling is. So. Do we have? I feel like we did add a clear status command, because yeah, that's the other thing is you can do flag clear, I think, and then team clear, and that'll remove it. We can look in the repo. Let's see if there's a way to. Oh, that's wrong. Let's see if there's a way to clear the status. Command service. If message is set status. Hey, don't look at my to-dos. Then, oh yeah, so you can do clear status. Exclamation mark clear status will remove it. If you do flag clear, that will remove it. Or if you do team clear, that will also remove it. The last thing I didn't show you is you can also set your team color. So right now, you can see JiCon Gaming has the JavaScript logo set to their green color. So I do believe, I mean, I feel like this stuff is documented somewhere. But yeah, team-color. So if you do team color with a 6-digit hex code, then you can change the color of the team icon. Like Eddie's has theirs set to yellow. That might be the default color, but you put in a hex code. So if I do this and then like the hex code black, now my bucket is the color black. Yeah. There's documentation somewhere. There's a lot of new people in the chat because I used to go through this at the beginning of every single stream, but then I stopped. It's documented somewhere. I don't know. We add new commands all the time. And this is the coding garden green. If you want to use the coding garden green, team color that. Nice. Limo says, I still look at your code when I need a command. It needs to be refactored. Honestly, we could write it in a way where we have automatic documentation of any of the commands we've implemented, but we didn't do that. That whole backend is going to be rewritten at some point, so yeah. I think it's in the About panel on Twitch. I don't know. We probably won't do that. I don't know. I think that's it. It's fun. There's a lot more flags and teams in the chat now, which is pretty cool. All right, I'm going to say hi to everybody, and then we're going to write some code. So if you're just joining us, the plan for today is to work through some of these issues, and then also set up tests, refactor some things, pull out or fix any to-dos that we can fix, and pull out any to-dos into issues that we can't fix immediately. So today's cleanup day, essentially. But if you want to say hi to me, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohio, or even bogahay. Say any one of these things. I will acknowledge you. I will say hi right back to you. Mark was the first an hour ago to say, hey, what's up, Mark? Welcome in. And hello, American 2050. What's up, Sequel Gordster and Timon and Terwat and Pablo and Pop Blip? What's up, Ashley B and Vdraz and Gray and SN Midnight? And what's up, Farshid and Oscar and Origin and Ed Kyriakos? Kyriakos, yeah, sure. Flip Shark turn up. What's up, Anafta and Bob? Hello, Veeb and Storm and Rage and Noah's Ed. What's up, Old School Rapper and One Computer Guy and Sej and Walid and Limotes and Dr. Thu and Mihai Andre and Slake and Zelino and Urger Kelisiaglu. What's up, Inber and Amasil and Brilvio and Part-Time Married and Keys Boosting and Dummy Witty and The Rugged Bear. Hello, Jay-Z Chaos and Crafty Becky and Balanir and Andreas and hello, St. Lolek and Jan Kurovic and Finder the Ice Wing and hello, Arpats. And Jay Philly Webb and Kiss My Pixels and Blue Spider and Moshiko. How's it going? Razorson and Carabel and Eddie and DX Droney and Spider-Man or Spinderman. What's up, William Cameron and Alowine and Mystery Boot. What's up, Automagic and Furposos and Paisius and I am Xavier and Amara and JT Fogar. How's it going? What's up, Q21 and Kava and Priatranka and hello, Noku and Just Quack and David and hello, Klotik and Jim and Invisible Island and Look To and hello, Raphael and Gogo Gerard and TJ Mr. B. Welcome in. And Codex, welcome in. Shout out to our friend Codex. He's been streaming lately. He's doing some game dev stuff. Definitely check him out. Hi, hey, hello. All right. Need a user feedback loop to see what our icons are against our names. Yeah, so we've talked about that in the past. Like right now, the only way to see it is to send a message so you see it in the overlay. Eventually, there's going to be a coding garden dashboard where you can manage your flag, your team, all of that stuff. And you could potentially sync your YouTube and Twitch accounts. So anytime I'm streaming on YouTube, you have the same team and flag and everything else set. And having multiple accounts linked in your dashboard will potentially get you some perks in the Discord. We've got plans. But here we go. Let's let's get into it. So again, if you are just joining us, this is our project called Listed. It's an app built with SvelteKit, Postgres as our database, and it's going to let users create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. They can't do any of that right now. All they can do is log in, because really we're trying to have a really nice code base, nice and maintainable, set good examples for anybody that's building a SvelteKit app. So we're doing a lot of work to get everything integrated, and also doing our best to write some good code. So here we go. First up, this can just be closed. So shouts out to Barry BTW. He opened an issue last week where he created a shared Prisma instance throughout the app. So this issue can just be closed because it was solved in another issue. What's up, David? Is there a link showing contribution goals? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean contribute? Like to the coding garden? What do you mean? Donation goals? Oh, like how much money I'm making? I can share the link. Give me a second. Oh, none of those goals are official. Like I wanna spend some time coming up with some thoughtful goals. I just came up with those on the fly during the stream. But I do want to create some more thoughtful ones. So the next member drive, you'll know ahead of time what the goals are and like what we're working for, if that makes sense. What's up, Worsty? Welcome in. Is there a reason the Prisma DB file lives outside the Prisma folder? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. We could probably put it in there. But the Prisma, I feel like it's reserved for Prisma specific things, whereas like this is an instance of Prisma. I don't know. Okay, Timon opened up this issue number 50 that says Docker Hub full container support. Now, what we could do, and we were talking about Docker earlier, but what we could do is we could Dockerize the SvelteKit app, because as you saw, when I'm running it locally, I need to do npm run dev. There's no container for the SvelteKit app. Now, I don't think I want a container for local development, but if somebody wants to spin up their own instance of this app without pulling the code base down, we could potentially publish a Docker image that they could pull down. So I am going to, for now, I'm just going to say we'll hold off on this, but like this, I think this is like a future implementation. But it's not a hard no. It's basically once the app is good enough, somebody might want to run their own instance of this on their own server, and that would make sense to publish a Docker image. So what label did we put on here? Oh, and Kareem wants to do it. Sure, yeah. I'll just say feel free to work on this. I'll assign to you. Do note that I want to keep local development documentation to not use the container. But once we have a container, we can publish the image for others to use easily. Do note that I want to keep local development documentation. And Leaf Connection Tech, thank you for the 4 months. Greetings from Colombia. Nice. Welcome in. Yeah, good point, Codex. Like, and I guess maybe I want to describe that here. Like, if somebody wants to use Docker for the SvelteKit app itself, they're more than welcome to do that. But I don't want you to overwrite the contributing guides to say that's the only way to do it. So, do note that I want to keep local development documentation in the contributing guides. We can also add another section that describes how to get going with how to run the container locally if they want to. Also, once we have a container, we can publish the image for others to use easily. Does that make sense? All right. Let's assign it to Kareem. Do your best. do your best, Kareem, and thank you for volunteering. Yeah, Brilvio is saying Docker for dev and for production are two different things. They are, but I've been on projects where they use the same Docker container that typically should be reserved for production. They use it locally, and that can be cumbersome. What happened to my followers widget? I think it's just hidden. There it is. Is that accurate? It's not accurate. Me too! Thank you for the raid. You're too kind. Welcome in, raiders. Glad to see you. Yeah, shouts out to me too. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that shout out. Hi, welcome in. We are working on an app, and today it's kind of just like maintenance mode. We have this app we're working on called Listed. Right now it's super basic. All you can do is log in. There's no features. You can just log in, and once you've logged in, you're in the app. But we're building this with SvelteKit, and so the past few streams we've just been figuring out SvelteKit, learning SvelteKit, and then also integrating and learning about Auth.js with SvelteKit. But today it's cleanup day, so there's a bunch of to-dos in the code base that I'm going to be working on, like these. I'm either going to fix the to-do today, or I'm going to pull it into an issue so we can keep track of it. And then right now what I'm doing is I'm looking at some of the issues that are here, and then I'm closing or working on anything that I can. So yeah. Well, I work on a GraphQL backend at some point. People have always requested it. I don't have any major experience with GraphQL. So maybe. Yeah, thanks again for that raid, Midu. All right, let's keep going. So what we just did is we assigned this issue to Kareem, who's going to basically Dockerize the SvelteKit app. Let's work on this. So editor config. This was suggested by Timon. I personally haven't used editor config in any of my projects. Now, I'm curious, how does editor config coincide with ESLint and Prettier? Because all of these things that the editor config is deciding, we currently have configured with Prettier and ESLint. So is there some kind of integration, or do we kind of have to duplicate the settings at the top level for the editor config? That's my question. And Timon, if you know anything about it, let me know. And Codigo, hello, welcome in. Glad to see you. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to, so I lurk Midu streams all the time just so I can learn Spanish. But Midu talks really fast, so it's hard sometimes. I mean, yeah, most native speakers talk really fast. I don't know why, like, Twitch doesn't have automated captions. I really wish they did, because like on YouTube, videos with automated captions, you can translate. And it can do auto translation. I really wish Twitch had that, because sometimes I tune into Midu streams and I'm like, I want to know what he's saying. I know some of what he's saying, but I don't know all of what he's saying. But you know, it's duplicated, needed for other code editors without ESLint support. Okay. More stuff to bloat the main directory. Listen, I think one of the aspects of setting this up is people that are not using VS Code can potentially get the same in editor features. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of research really quick. So maybe somebody has already done an integration, or like we can generate an editor config that correspond. So set up ESLint prettier and editor config without conflicts. This is an article from Francois in 2019. Let's see what they have to say. And also, if you didn't know about editor config, this is like a standardized format that pretty much most editors support, or there's a plugin for it to support. On their page, all of these editors support editor config. There's a plugin for all of these to support editor config. So editor config is a bit more universal than something like an ESLint config or a prettier config. If you use prettier alongside ESLint, you probably encounter problems with your code formatting. Sure, I mean, but we fixed that. We have the prettier plugin. All configuration related to the editor, end of line, indent style, indent size should be handled by editor config. Everything related to code formatting should be handled by prettier. The rest should be handled by ESLint. Okay. Yeah. More configs, please. So we got the ESLint config. Let prettier do its job. That's what we've done. We've already extended from this. So now prettier and ESLint work together, and we only have to run ESLint to fix all auto-fixable problems. Like if I do, I don't even know if that would work. If I had some weird formatting like this, when I run ESLint, it also runs prettier, so I don't have to run the two separately. What's up, Aboot Gaming? Welcome back. Glad to see you. Integrate prettier with ESLint. We've done that. Yep. Great. Aboot. Oh, thanks for the sub. You're too kind. Come on. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Definitely go check out Aboot. I've lurked a couple of your streams. I haven't tuned in a lot, but I did see that you were streaming. Okay. Was that you? I think that was you that I lurked. ESLint plugin, TypeScript parser, and refresh. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Are you new here? You're new here too. Thank you. All right, we are already set up for this. I want to see what this article says about the editor config. Oh, it's not you. Okay, maybe it was somebody else. There was somebody else with that partner badge that has shown up. What about YAML? I don't know. And Chase Solid, thank you for that resub. Appreciate you. Adding a custom rule with the indentation, tab width. Okay, here we go. Editor config allows us to have the same editor configuration regardless of the editor used. We thus do not have to rely on prettier to format our code with the team's conventions each time new code is written. Add a custom configuration for our project. End of line, char set,
Cheer 700.
Why are you giving me so much money, David? I think we have. Is there like a bits leaderboard? Yeah, look at you. That's a lot of money. Thank you, David. I do appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, this seems fine. I think our indent style is space. No, ours is tabs, right? Oh no, it says it's using 2 spaces because we're using the Airbnb config. We probably should make it we should make it tabs. Spaces are superior? I thought tabs were superior. The idea about tabs is that the idea with tab spacing is that devs can choose how they want to view it. So they can view the tab as a 2-space tab. Sej with 10 more gifted. You're too kind, Sej. Thank you. But congrats to everybody that gifted. Y'all should definitely be using the Coding Garden emotes. We got good ones. We got code and code red like that. And we've got things like test pass and test fail. And there's also a refactor emoji. But yeah, unsub if tabs. Listen, let's talk about why tabs are potentially better. Because I can look at tab code in my editor with the 2-space tab, and you can look at it with the 4-space tab.
Tabs are superior because they're more versatile. I will die on this hill.
That's what I'm saying is, and that's actually what convinced me of it, because I think Alka prefers a 4-space tab, and I prefer a 2-space tab. But if Alka is in my code base with spaces, he has to use a 2-space tab. But if it's tabs, then he can view the code with a 4-space tab. I don't know. Avoid redundant configuration between editor config and prettier. What's up, late key? You haven't missed much. But with spaces, it looks how I want everywhere. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah, you get to choose how it looks, and then everybody has to adhere to that. Yeah, true. These options are limited to this. These will override these. Timon, how many people are using an editor that doesn't support ESLint and prettier? Are you using an editor that doesn't support ESLint and prettier? Because I actually don't know if I want to do this. Like, yeah, oh, and thank you for the bits, David. What'd you say? What I'm hearing is space fans are authoritarian. Let's see. 0. Okay, I would like to, so here's my reasoning. I guess I'll put it into the issue so we have documentation of it. We always have, but I think that's the issue. You either use only an editor config or ESLint and prettier. You don't combine them. And like, my reasoning for not wanting to introduce an editor config is we're going to have potentially more things that don't agree with each other. But if we consolidate and agree that prettier and ESLint is the way to format the code, then everybody could do that. So I'm going to say this. So I think editor config will potentially have too many conflicts with ESLint prettier. And will need to be maintained separately. Quick stretch. So Codex says use all 3. Prettier can read settings from editor config, but not vice versa. Interesting. Is that what it meant by this? Will need to be maintained separately. If you want to work on this to show an example of what the config will look like, I'm happy to take a look. But do note, we don't want editor config conflicting with ESLint prettier. So those are my thoughts, Simone. Feel free to respond to this. I feel like every issue you open, I'm just like denying. I don't mean to do that. I'm just trying to like think about how I want this project to go. So these are my initial feelings. If you can convince me otherwise, and then also like, but yeah, if you can convince me otherwise, and you can show me that the config won't need that much maintenance, I'm okay with it. I will be okay with it. But here's the thing, Timon. This introduces more work and adds conflicts. That's in summary, that's what this would do, I think. If it doesn't, you can prove me wrong. I don't prefer to work that way locally because I have worked on projects where everything's in a Docker container and I don't want to do that locally. So that was why I disagreed with this one. But it does make sense to have a Docker container potentially for like publishing the image. So, you know what you should do, Timon? You should open issues under a different username and see if I still deny them. I'm not I'm not singling you out. I'm really not. I'm just trying to think about the project because I mean, as you saw, like we literally spent like 3 hours just getting ESLint, Prettier, and Svelte all working nicely together. Um, uh, and now we're in a good spot. So and Joshera, thank you for the primary sub. So introducing one more thing feels like it's going to add conflicts, feels like it's going to be one more thing to maintain, and it actually is one more extension that needs to be installed because editor config is not supported in VS Code by default. You actually need a plugin for it. So that would be one more plugin that we need, and we already are asking people to have the ESLint plugin. But okay, but thank you for your suggestion, and also you potentially expose some new people to editor config. So if you want to learn more about it, definitely go check it out. Let's keep moving through the issues. Fix for parse yes, this is one thing we need to do. So right now, when you run the linter, we are getting a warning in the editor, or sorry, in the terminal. Having an editor config wouldn't interfere with VS Code unless someone also had the editor config plugin, and that's what I'm worried about. But yeah, we get this warning, and it just has to do with the parser. Like it does not know how to handle svelte files. Yeah, it just doesn't. So it's like expected greater than sign. We want to get rid of this. Yeah, it is an error. I mean, well, yeah, I guess you're right. It is. It says error while parsing. True. Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying. Like, if it uses the editor config automatically and the editor config is out of sync with ESLint and Prettier, then it's going to be formatting their code wrong. I mean, technically, they can go in and do lint fix at the end of the day, and do format fix as well. But I don't know. I stand by my decision. Yeah. So we're gonna solve this issue now. I want to get rid of this warning. And thank you for all the support, David. Have a good day. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you. Um, update the docs. Well, they just closed the issue, so I assume it's fixed, right? Something might be wrong with our TS config. Because we're telling it to look at svelte files. But then if you look in the ESLint config, we have an override for when it comes across svelte files. So when it comes across svelte files, use this svelte ESLint parser. A lot of entries, yeah. Is there a debug? Oh, thank you, Melinda. Appreciate that. I like my little no bill hat. ESLint debug? I've never heard of this. -- debug. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Where does that warning pop up or that error pop up? In the issue, there's a way to debug the parser. Oh, okay. We'll debug this one instead. Cool. I guess what I want to see is when it comes across nav trail, what is the issue? Right here. Right here. Getting isolated program in TypeScript mode for navtrail.svelte. Error while passing navtrail.svelte. Expected greater than on line 8. Did I make the camera bigger? It might be a little bit bigger. Yeah. You want me to get smaller? I like being this big. Like it when people see the thumbnail on Twitch, I'm like the biggest in comparison to what's happening. We'll do this for now because it's funny. All right. If better, better. Teeny tiny. Here's the other cool thing: is I can be in the code. Oh, and thank you, Phoenix Rising. Appreciate that. I'm in the editor. Look at me. Okay. Um, let's look at the component that it's complaining about, specifically navtrail.svelte. Also, honestly, this should be. I think this should be in a folder called components. Let's see what happens if we move this into a folder called components. Like, is something weird happening when it's parsing it in routes? And then layout.svelte is importing navtrail. Yeah, I think we can do. Don't we have that alias? We have that alias? Do we not have an alias? Yeah, imagine rate. I'm tiny. I'm in the garden. Put components under lib. I'm not opposed to that. Let's do it. We don't have an alias for lib. We should. Let's do this. Or for source. All right, I'm done being tiny. Whoa. Okay. There. That's reasonable. We are using TS node, but in our TS config is where we set up our aliases. These seem to work. So I think what I can do is @/star, you should look in the source directory if I want the @alias. I think it's a good point, Oscar. So that component is only used there, so there's no reason to put it in components. I'm curious if this is going to solve the parser issue, though, of it not being in routes. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why it would, but let's actually see. Let's see if this changes anything. Okay, so it's in there. Now let's do npm run lint. Same issue. Okay, so that has nothing to do with where the file is. I thought I would try. We'll put it back in routes. Paths? Let's try not to mix @ and $sign for aliases. I could agree with that. I'll remove that @ sign. But I do want to be able to do. Don't I? Don't I want to be able to alias these? Is this going to break anything if I do this? Why is there svelte in tsconfig source? What do you mean? Here? because svelte files have TypeScript in them. They need to be type checked. Is that what you're asking? But now I think we should be able to do that. Can't find it. Let's reload the window. Now that we have that path alias. Am I doing this the right way? Oh, good call. Good call. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, do we specifically want to say if it's in routes? And do I need to do **** to look in subdirectories too? I don't think I do. I think it's just the alias there. But now this / routes should do it. Man. Oh well. Oh well. Just gonna do that. Yeah, so the way TypeScript and ESLint are configured together, so in the ESLint file, it specifically is saying use the TypeScript ESLint parser. And then in the parser options, we've told it to look at the tsconfig, which is including svelte files. But when ESLint specifically comes across a svelte file, it's passing it to this custom parser, which knows how to handle svelte files that have TypeScript in them. Did I forget? Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It would have been that. And then there's no way that won't work, right? This has to work. This has to work. Let's just reload the window to be sure. Does reloading the window restart the TypeScript server? I thought it did. Yeah, that did it. Nice, nice. Thank you, Balanek. That's it. That was it. Okay, this should still work now, though. Or not. Cannot find module routes nav trail imported. Restart. I guess that makes sense if we follow their example and do $routes. What's up, Thindal? Welcome in. Glad to see you. That's gotta work, right? All right, Thindal. I'm tired of dealing with these configs. How can this not work? Like I can't like. ESLint is happy. TypeScript is not happy. I mean, can we just stop extending from this? Let's just stop extending. Let's see if that changes anything. Got the excludes. I think I have all of these other settings. We got paths. Oh no, we need all of these. When did I add all these other options? Weird. And then we're not going to extend anymore. We also need rooters. All right. You know what? I'm going to close VS Code entirely. I'm going to kill that process. And then we'll open it back up. So what I just did is I stopped extending. So now this one file is the only tsconfig file. Where there's your tsconfig should extend the configuration generated by SvelteKit. Why though? Why? I want to provide overrides. So let's see if it still works without extending. It can't find that file. I actually don't know Codex because it's running the dev server. What terawatt? Let's not talk about weapons right now. Yeah, I have no idea because the dev server just runs vite dev. I don't think it's running a TS node. Paths relative to the root directory. Good call, Brilvio. So this needs to be in here. SvelteKit types like that. And then all of these need to be updated too. Okay, here's the thing. We don't have to we don't have to have this resolve here. It would just be nice if it was consistent and worked the same way as the other two, and I don't know why not. But that's fine. We'll do this number. So we removed those. Now on the layout, this import isn't going to work anymore. We just have to do relative. Grab it from the folder. Okay. That's fixed. But the parsing error was not fixed. We got a little distracted. What we're really trying to fix is this. Line 1, column 8 in navtrail. What I'm curious about is like why is ESLint complaining about this file, but it's not complaining about like the page files? I guess because we're not importing them. They're just automatically running. Line 1, column 8. Where are my column numbers? I thought that used to be in my my status bar. Oh, there it is. It hides it. Expecting. So script without TS? Line 2, column 1. Expression expected. Okay. So I'm not using the plugins felt 3 one. I'm actually using, let's find it in my package.json. I think it's just called ESLint plugins felt. We'll probably need to search their issues too. Oh, change the override in the ESLint config. Well, I mean, this issue was from the other library, but maybe it'll fix it for us. Because right now, in the overrides, we're saying ... // but here, if we just say svelte, let's see if that changes it. It doesn't change it. And then in the package.json, we are specifying .svelte right here. Did I break anything by changing this? So right now we went from **/ to just star. Let's see if we still get linting in a svelte file, because if we don't, we need to change that back. Yeah, we still get linting. Let me just reload to be sure. Oh, sure. Like, did my terminal, was there a quote from that? Terawatt's fine. Terawatt does not mind being timed out. I think Terawatt walks the line of being timed out or permanently banned all the time. And sometimes he crosses over that line. I think ultimately Plexical, we're just trying to keep stuff on topic. Like, yeah. Yes. And like Codex has said several times, streamer's choice. It's my stream. And also it's my mods who I trust. Oh, cool. Yeah. We'll look at that because we are going to look at testing, Timon. Thank you for that. All right. That's ESLint plugins felt. We want to look at ESLint plugin, line 16 for the aliases to work. Oh. So we also have to tell Vite. All right. We're gonna do we're gonna digress and do the thing that we said we weren't gonna do. First of all, this goes no, that's fine. Here we'll add that. I do not have a green beanie. No, I don't, but I should. I should get one. And Damon, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Okay, so Vite now knows that $ corresponds to the source directory. And then in the TS config, I really do, I want to have a top level $. So $, and $/ just completely corresponds to the source directory, like this. I think that should be fine. That seems like it should work. And then in the layout, $ would be invalid, only $/. Like that. Well, I guess we would never need that. We would never need that. So we just need this one. Yeah. Okay. This sets it up for TypeScript imports. ESLint is using those same imports because of the import resolver. So that's how it's working with ESLint. So now over here, when we import this, we should be able to import it from $/routes. Source routes, beautiful. It's working there. And now over here, yeah, I'm lost too. I mean, I'm not lost, but what we're working on is like literally nothing important. Okay, that fixed it. Thank you for that, America 2050. Essentially, we also needed to let the dev server know about that alias so that it could resolve that import. That makes sense. Okay, that was completely unrelated to what we're trying to do to begin with. We're trying to get rid of that error. And it might have something to do... Yeah, we have shaved our yaks. It might have something to do with this. Import resolver and import parsers. Maybe I need to get rid of svelte right there because it's handled actually up here. Let's see what this does for us. I don't know if FreshSpots was. We wrote a lot of stuff from scratch for FreshSpots. Page still loads. Great. Does the linter run? Without warning. Yes. Okay, I think we're onto something, but does ESLint still work inside of a svelte file? Yes! Yes! That was it. We just needed to remove it from that section because it was handled by the other section. Yes! Okay. I just want to make sure, does it still work? It still works. Whew! It's not ignored. It's not ignored because the fact that ESLint can still run on this file means that ESLint is still working. Right? But basically, we don't want to use Svelte. We don't want to use this parser for Svelte because we're actually using the Svelte ESLint parser for Svelte. That was the issue because we have the override right here. And I think this can also just go back to *****. That should still work. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I did. I don't know if you can, it might be hard to see, but I'm removing a semicolon. We can do a lot of stuff here. Let's do it like this. And then npm run lint doesn't. I don't think this does fix by default. Yeah, so this should show us those two errors in a svelte. Yes, yes. And then if we do lint fix, it fixes them. Nice. Okay. Do we comment on those GitHub issues? Because I think we've nailed it down. Basically, you don't want svelte to be specified here because it's specified in the overrides. It's just a warning. Fixed. Well, I won't say fixed yet because we need to push the code up. I'll add this. We'll say how we fixed it. So. This was fixed by removing. Let me go ahead and push this up too so we can reference a commit. Oh, why did we change so much? Yeah, so the stream is only live on Twitch. You have to come over to Twitch. Can you let them know in the YouTube chat? What changed here? That changed, and that's the point. Well, honestly, I kind of want to revert this TS config. I mean, we want this line, but the inherited and non-overridden things we don't want. So I'm going to discard changes to my TS config and then only add that import alias. Because that way we don't have all that extra stuff like the exclude and everything else. So now if I add that, we should still be good. Oh yeah, a good call. I think what Codex is saying is by putting all of this in the issue, when someone else comes across this, Google will index these GitHub issues, so they'll potentially come across our solution. Okay, so we will add that to the commit. For Vite, we needed to resolve the $sign. In the layout, we updated our import to have the $sign. And over here, we commented out the icon brand. I'm going to undo that change because we're going to handle that in a bit. Oh, well, I still want this fix here, though. To do fix load times. So that's in there. Okay. Update ESLint and tsconfig. I mean, I guess I could have said why I updated them, but yeah. Oh, like in the commit message, I could have said resolves. Let's check out a branch. So we will eventually have a components folder, but the reason we reverted is I do like the idea of any component that is not used in multiple places should only exist next to the thing that needs it. And in this case, navtrail is only ever going to be used once by layout. So it makes sense to not put it in a components folder. Eventually, we will create a components folder, I think, for like reusable buttons or whatever else we create. It's too late. If I open a PR, fix ESLint tsconfig. If I open a PR, I can reference it in the name of the PR. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. I could have changed my commit message and such, but let's open a PR against ourselves. Closes number 58. Can I do that? Is this all that's needed? In the body it does? Okay. Squash and merge. Yes, bad. Come on. Oh yeah, we should do some cleanup of any lingering branches we have. We need to get rid of as well. How do I find my branches? Here. We want to keep the repo clean. Fixes probably would have been better language. Oh, and it auto closed. Awesome. But I do want to add a comment still. Well, I want to link right here. This commit does not belong on any branch in the repo. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to be browsing this commit specifically and browse the file so that I can link to the file in the commit. Because if the ESLint file changes in the future, the line number is going to be wrong. But I want to link right here. I deleted the branch. It's okay. Since svelte files are already handled by the overrides parser. I went down for a second? This was fixed by removing svelte from the settings import parser section since svelte files are already handled by the overrides parser. That's it. That's it. That's all. We're doing work today, and our linter messages are a bit cleaner. All right, let's keep moving. Actually, let's take a quick break because we haven't really been coding. We've been knee deep in configs, but we did fix a thing. After a branch has been merged, I remove it because I've worked on projects where the people that had rights to remove branches didn't do it, and then this gets really messy because it's a bunch of branches that have already been merged in. So if a branch has been merged, I delete it. So we're gonna go back to main and pull from main. Oh no. I forgot that I merged some things and I hadn't pulled them down yet. That's okay. I don't think it should have. It obviously it didn't have any conflicts because I was able to merge that PR. We'll do a rebase. Rebase. That's the setting I want. Nice. Yeah. Okay. now we're up to date. And I'll close all this extra stuff. And the page, after a while, does well. No, oh wait. Oh, because the icon isn't on this page, it loads really fast. Is that the issue? Fascinating. Oh, it's good to know, Brilvio. I wonder if GitHub has that feature where, like, actually, I thought it might. Like, maybe when you're merging a PR, does it have a section on delete branch after merge? It probably does. That's okay though. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break to do some coloring, or open Pokemon cards. You tell me. Let's do a poll. Color an atlas of Europe. You have a minute to vote. What should we do? And then I need to find my watch because I think it keeps vibrating. I don't know if you can hear it on stream, but there's like a vibrate that happens every now and then. I'm like, what is that noise? I haven't finished South America, but I do want to do Europe. Hey, Steven, welcome in. Did I break the formatting of svelte files? No, but did you? In the VS Code directory, did you create a copy of default.settings into a file called settings.json? This was a recent thing. So basically, if settings.json doesn't exist, then ESLint doesn't know that it should look at svelte files. Goes to check. Yeah, that's a new thing. All right, we're gonna color an atlas of Europe. This is gonna be no more than 10 minutes, probably a little bit less, but we need to get better about taking breaks and not just like coding for 7 hours. What's up, XNeltron? You can I have a YouTube channel. If you check out this playlist, it's called Learning Starts Here. The first couple of videos in that playlist talk about um, uh, what do I think your first programming language should be? And then the second video has a bunch of resources on learning to program, specifically like web dev. So, yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Or in general, like all the things that I mean, if you're specifically talking about what we did today, it came from an understanding of how tsconfig and eslint config work together. That's one aspect of it. And I guess the other aspect of it is how ESLint needs to be modified to look at svelte files. So I used all of my knowledge of those three things to find the fix, which was this line of code here. Want to learn web dev? Cool. Yeah, I mean, I would also say, like, if you're really new to web dev, you might need to take a step back from React and like get solid, have a solid understanding of vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, because React is a lot to just like jump into initially. Okay, let's do some coloring. Not that one, this one. Though I am a little pale in this camera. Give me a second. I need to adjust the white balance. That seems better. Let's move to just chatting because we're on break. The thing is, like, I'm not very good at color pencil coloring. I need to get better. I'm gonna set a 7-minute timer, and we're gonna put on some chill tunes while we color and take a quick break. So, oh, let me fix this. Let me fix this. Yeah. Hey, welcome in, Jadam. You see me in the thumbnail. Glad to see you. Or J Adam? I'll call you Adam. It's me. It's CJ in the thumbnail. We're taking a break from. Oh, you know me from Galvanize? Nice. I'm taking a break from coding real quick to do some coloring. Everything has to be fixed. Yeah, it's the nature of things. Oh well, I'm gonna be silenced for just a second. Nice. Okay, so we're just taking a quick break. We're gonna color this world atlas, and we're gonna specifically find Europe and color it in, or at least a couple of them. I can't do the whole thing in this amount of time. Austria? Italy? I think we missed Europe. Let's look in is there a table of contents? Here we go. Page 88 is what we want. Nice. Nice. Okay, which country should we color first? Let me know in the chat. Finland. Finland is this one. Now, as someone who's really bad at geography, I always get these confused. I don't know which one's Sweden, Norway, or Finland, but now I know this one. This one is Finland. Finland. In SF? That's a good way to remember it. I mean, but how do you remember in SF? Luxembourg? Oh, I see. Is it even on the map? Also, I don't like that this spans 2 pages because Luxembourg is right there. That's probably a good way to remember it. I probably won't forget that. I ordered some erasable colored pencils so I can erase my mistakes when I go outside the lines. I don't think they're gonna get here till tomorrow though. Liechtenstein? Liechtenstein? Yeah, I don't see it on the map. Austria and Switzerland. Oh. It's not even labeled on the map. I think it's too small to label. Now we're just taking a quick break so we don't burn out. Last Friday, I was live for 7 hours without a single break. I mean, we got a ton done. We wrote a lot of code. We figured a lot of stuff out, but it's not sustainable, and I need to set a good example for people. So, rather than like leaving for a break, I'm here to entertain, I guess. We have other activities we could do. Like, we have paint by sticker, which is fun. We have some other coloring books. I've also got Pokemon cards to open. Great. Inland. We did it! I can practice my tag too. This is my tag. Gotta be able to throw it up real quick. Like that. Alright, let's get back to it. It's CJ, not LJ. Honestly, like, tags aren't supposed to be that readable, I don't think. I think you gotta be able to throw them up quick. Alright, back to it. The LJ stands for Love JavaScript, yeah. Okay, everyone. What were we doing? Picking the next issue to work on. So we just solved that linting issue. This, I think, is going to be a fun one. So there are like actually quite a few plugins for Prisma that do cool things. And Oscar found this plugin called the Prisma ERD generator, and it automatically generates an NAD relationship diagram based on your Prisma schema. So this app, we're using a library called Prisma to work on the database. I'll be live for at least 1 more hour, maybe 2. But this describes our database. It has all of our models and their columns and relationships. And so if we install this plugin, it will auto-generate this diagram, and we can like put it in the documentation. Prismarize, there's probably a few that do it. This is the nicest looking one that I've seen. But let's see. Let's see if it works too, right? Prismarine? That's not it. Minecraft bot? I don't know. We can just search for Prisma ERD plugin to find some other ones. Prismalizer? What's my take on Laravel or PHP? It's fine. I think if you're gonna write PHP these days, you probably want to be using something like Laravel because it's more modern. Like it prevents you from doing some of the things that people don't like about PHP, and it has like better code structure. So yeah, I think if you're gonna use PHP, use something like Laravel. There are other things similar to Laravel that you should use as well. I think the advice is don't use bare PHP. Visualize your Prisma schema. Oh, well, so this is a separate app. Yeah, I've used this before. This lets you put your schema in and then generates the diagram. Yeah, but what we want is we want this to happen inside of our code base. So that's why this plugin is nice. And actually, you may not have seen this before, but basically there's an entire ecosystem of Prisma plugins, and you include them here, and then it like auto runs every time it generates the TypeScript types or generates the like a migration. There's also plugins for generating Zod validators and JSON schema. They have all kinds of plugins. Prisma ORM ecosystem. Can I not type to search? Generators? Transforms the Prisma schema into database markup language, which allows for an easy visual representation. This is interesting. I've looked into DBML before, because DBML is like a standardized way of describing your database. Like this. I mean, if you look at it, it kind of looks like our Prisma schema, but it's slightly different. But now that you have that, there's a lot of tools that work with DBML. So like dbdiagram.io generates DBML. Interesting. That's one option. Let's see if, yeah, so Prisma ERD generator is the one that Oscar found. So that's an option too. And that's all I can find on the page. Let's show all of them. Blue screen malfunction. Where? Oh. My keyboard was in the way. Yeah. Scooter is saying Prisma is awesome, but with one big issue, it doesn't fetch the total items for pagination, and you have to send 2 requests, one to fetch the items and one for fetching the total amount. I think that actually that's standard with pretty much any ORM. It might be hiding the fact that it has to do 2 queries, but that, as far as my experience goes, that's what you have to do. You query once to get the count, because that's a simple select count from table, and then you have a separate query which includes your skip and take. I mean, I guess there's probably a way to write a single query that does both. But in my experience, it typically is two. Like if it's not built in or you don't know how to write that query, it is two queries. And that's not just specific to Prisma, but maybe though there's a better way. Diagram. All right, so these are our two options. I like this because it immediately generates an SVG in the project, and then we can embed it in the README or in the contributing guide. This one generates DBML syntax. And then we would need a separate visualizer for the DBML. I do believe. Oh, and then it's saying use dbdiagram.io. Yeah. Well, we're going to go with the ERD generator. Okay. Let's figure out how to do it. Oh, so this is also going to use Mermaid. So if you haven't heard of Mermaid, Mermaid's really cool because it's like text-based diagrams. So you can have a diagram that looks like this, and all you need is this piece of text right here that describes the relationship between nodes. You can also create sequence diagrams. You literally just have this text. It generates a sequence diagram. You can have Gantt charts, class diagrams. Whoa, this one's cool. A Git graph. But it's all text-based. So basically, this is going to generate the text that represents the schema, and then we run it through the Mermaid CLI to generate the SVG. So let's install these two things as a dev dependency. GitHub does have Mermaid. I wonder if there's options to not generate an SVG and instead, yeah, so we can generate Markdown. Ooh. SVG is fine though. SVG is fine. It's either embed the. I think we'll go with SVG because not everyone is going to have a Markdown renderer that can render Mermaid graphs. Okay. There are 15 vulnerabilities now. Come on, what's this about? Oh, it's in SvelteKit. That one is, anyways. And then the Mermaid CLI probably has dependencies on D3, which has a high vulnerability. Man, let me remove those two packages and see what happens. Okay, you know what? Before we move any further, so we're going to do this, but before we do that, we need to update all of our dependencies. Because I do believe, I mean, it's been like a week since we've upgraded our dependencies, so there's very likely some update. Yeah, all of these things need to be updated. I've also heard that Skeleton has a newer version with even more breaking changes. Oh, and Auth Core is version 0.5 now? We need to do this first. Before we add any more dependencies, let's fix our current dependencies. And we're going to bump everything. Bump everything to the maximum possible version and then fix anything that breaks. So, and real quick, if you're not familiar with semantic versioning, the first number is the major. If this number ever changes, that means there will be breaking changes. So in terms of major version, there are no breaking changes. There's a caveat to that. If a package has not made it to 1.0 yet, when the minor version, which is the second number, if it changes, there can be breaking changes. So there are potentially breaking changes between here. Yeah, we'll create a branch too. But these blue ones are minor version, which means if the package that we're pulling in is adhering to semantic versioning, there shouldn't be any breaking changes. So the potential breaking changes are going to be in Auth Core and Skeleton. Everything else should be fine and potentially fix like some of the vulnerabilities that showed up. So we're going to bump everything. So that updates the package.json. We're going to check out a branch. We'll call it update depths. And then when we do an npm install, it uses the latest package.json to get all of the latest packages and update our package lock. Okay. Now we have 0 vulnerability. That's good. If we had tests, this is the point where we could just run the tests and see if they pass, but we don't have tests. Maybe we should have set up tests first, but that's fine. Let's just start up the app and see if it breaks. It breaks. So this is likely due to the breaking changes in Skeleton. So we need to look at their migration guide to make sure that we update Skeleton. Yeah, because like this whole drop down should not be displayed right now. No. That's fine. Also, like what I want to test though is I actually do want to test the auth flow. Oh, ambiguous indirect export. Okay, we're not even going to be able to test the auth flow until we fix Skeleton. So let's go take a look at Skeleton. If we look at their GitHub, we should find a migration guide for the latest. Let's look at the releases. And I think we're at 0.132.5. Yeah. That fixed an issue there. I think we were on this one before. IntelliSense duplicates, 0.995 release notes. What version were we on before? We were on 0.124. So we did this. This should have any breaking changes listed in it, hopefully. Similar to the element and component overhauls in the prior 2 releases, today's update focuses on improvements to the utility features within Skeleton. This includes a new custom modal registry system, a new pop-up feature to replace menus and tooltips. That's potentially an issue there because that nav trail, I do believe, is a menu. This uses a nav user menu. So maybe we have to look at pop-ups for that. Includes all planned major breaking changes for the library, which means Skeleton is now in release candidate. Okay, this is the last time, at least for now, we're going to have to deal with breaking changes. And then we should be good from here. We don't have a drawer. We do have a light switch. Let's just go look at their docs, and ideally the docs have been updated so we can just follow what the docs say for a given component that we want to use, like a light switch. So this says import light switch from skeleton lab / skeleton. Are we no longer doing that? Yeah, we've got light switch. Ambiguous indirect export, store light switch. Okay, so is there anything... Oscar, you worked on this. Do you know where did you get the store light switch from? You made this nav component. Come on, dude. Oh, what is this for, though? Allows you to click the nav list element to toggle the theme. Toggles a dark class on the HTML element. Why do we even need that? And then actually this can just be changed to toggle dark. Right? Right? Cool. Ambiguous indirect export menu. So now there's potentially a different way to pull in a menu. Let's go look at the menus. Button on click toggle theme. Oh, I see. So internally, you were setting the value so that the light switch would update. Um, uh, and the main reason you had to do that is because you didn't want the menu to close when you clicked toggle. Um, you wanted the whole li element to be clickable. Great. We're going to put the light switch here. So then we don't have to do all this. It's just going to be ever present at the top of the page. And Shane, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. So yeah, now you can well, we need to fix these other things. All right, what was the menu menu element? I think they changed everything to be a pop-up. Pop-ups. Yeah. So like combo box is what we need to do. So to create a pop-up, we say use pop-up. Got an idea. Check it out. It's fixed. It's fixed. Here's the other idea. We don't do a menu. we completely get rid of the menu. First try, yeah. So basically, right now, all we have is a button, and there's no menu. Just get rid of all that. And then, what does this button do? Oh, this is the one that opens the menu. Yeah, we don't want that either. So we'll have the light switch. We'll have a logout button if there is a user. Why is that squished? Rounded full? Height 7, width 7? So why is our oh, because it's an option. I don't want that. I want this to be a button. Button and then variant filled secondary. Uh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the width, it's not respecting the width when it gets to a certain, like here, it's shrinking. Is it because of the flex box? Yeah, the flex box is shrinking it. How do we stop that from happening? Also, why is the light switch so broken now? Um, it shrinks to be responsive. Yeah, well, honestly, we'll handle that later. The logout button should still work, though. It doesn't. It does, but it doesn't like go loading immediately. That's okay. Let's make sure we're using the light switch correctly, because um, I don't think we are. Also, we should look at the getting started. Like, is there something we're missing now in the overall setup? Nice. They updated the docs. Remember, we made this mistake before where we left those in there. Let's double check our Tailwind config. So, and the reason I'm looking into this is like right now that light switch doesn't look correct. So I'm assuming we're doing something wrong, like in how we're bringing in the CSS or something. So, we've got content, resolve skeleton, HTML, JS, and Svelte. We've got the plugin. And then let's make sure that we're bringing in the CSS correctly. Here. Not there. Here. Not there. Here. Where do we import we import the CSS in the layout? We do. All right. Import the theme. Import all. Import app post CSS. Maybe I just need to kill it. It looks blocky because of the theme. Okay, if we change to the Crimson theme that we are using. No, we're in Crimson theme. So, mine does not look like this, right? Mine looks like a. Oh, is it because we remove the border radius in of everything over here? Nope. Am I planning to do live dedicated to tests? We're gonna try to set up at least like one integration chat test by the end of the stream. And we'll have future live streams where we work more on tests. Yeah, why is this happening? Is there some custom styles in the nav trail? Like we literally just have the light switch right there. I'm gonna kill the node modules. Well, Skeleton did have an update. That's what we're trying to fix right now. But their docs for light switch didn't seem to say anything different. Yeah, and I'm also gonna remove the generated Svelte kit. And then we're gonna install dependencies. And then we can do SvelteKit sync to generate the SvelteKit types. The padding of the header. Possibly. So SvelteKit sync generates all the types, which should remove all the type errors here. Now let's try it. Remove the whole directory, says Oscar. I did not update the app shell. Is that also the issue? App shell. We'll look in our layout. See what's different. So header. The app shell didn't change, didn't it? Did it? Oh, it did. There's sidebar left and sidebar right. No, never mind. We're in header. Slot header. App bar. Okay, and then app bar is where we do lead and trail. So that seems fine. Is there anything else in here that tells me what I did? Not migrating to the new pop-up system should be a breeze if you used menus before. Add a div around it? Did you see a migration guide? Because I haven't found one yet. Oh, here. This is what we want. We want the migration guide. All right. See the change log? Theme generator. Onboarding improvements. Minor improvements. Bug fixes. Light switch. Okay. The light switch is broken. Let's double check we're importing it right. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Honestly, I mean, maybe it's something to do with how this component is styled. Like, if we just put it at the top level, will it also be broken? That's what I'm curious about. So, if we import it here and then use it immediately, is it still broken? It is still broken. What if we just put it like outside the app shell? It's still broken. Okay. So it's got to be some of the styles that we've set up. Or I'm missing something in there in how they set things up. So let's keep reading this page. To automatically adjust the mode based on the operating system preference, import the following. Interface methods. Yeah, we'll look at the applied styles. Smiley face. Thank you. Appreciate you. Here's the thing. Like, if we look at and inspect this, actually, I mean, I would assume the docs are using the latest version of Skeleton. I don't actually know. Um, but you can see light switch, track cursor pointer. Um, there's that. But what are we missing? Like a diff of these two? Thank you. This is the source code. Bring the light switch in. And then they probably have a pop-up somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So I think I did I let me just for sure remove these custom styles. Oh yeah, they're removed. I got rid of custom border now. Um, Width. Big width. I think that was the issue though. Like we moved it outside of a container. Um, yes, you could think skeleton similar to Flowbyte, but it would be more similar to Flowbyte's Svelte because skeleton has a bunch of Svelte specific components, not just Tailwind classes. Um, the background thing is not right. Yeah, let's look at their issues. Maybe somebody has an issue open. But the tricky part is like their docs are using it, and it seems to be working there. And in the example, they're not doing anything special. They literally just have a light switch. I mean, we could copy it with the parent section just to really be sure. Yeah, that just adds a box around it. Okay. Light switch height is incorrect 3 days ago. Dark reader? It's not on. That's it with its on. That's with it off. Dark reader shouldn't affect spacing. It just only affects colors. Uh, this was merged, or was it? Can I put that on the light switch? Yeah. Well, yeah. So we're trying to fix the breaking changes in skeleton right now. Beam switch coming soon. Yeah. Maybe that is it. Let's see if we can. No, because it has W6, H6. What is this? Light switch track. That probably needs to be like width 12 or something like that, right? Let's see what the width of light switch track is here. Um, width 12. W-12. Let's see if we. Oh no, I tried to do that over here. I didn't fix it. It's overridden. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, that's wrong. Like it had W6. Let me remove these styles. Honestly, like just to be like really sure of all of this, let's create a brand new blank project, add skeleton to it, and see if we still have the issue. Because if we do, it's not our problem, and we're gonna do this later. I think the issue is I don't want to apply the class to the light switch. I want to apply it to the light switch track, and I don't know how to tell it because like there's like an internal element that it needs to be applied to. But let's actually it should be pretty easy to replicate locally because we can generate an app. They have their own CLI tool for generating an app. We don't have to add everything. Skeleton CLI. Skeleton test. FeltKit experimental inspector? What's that? No. Select a theme. Crimson. Bare bones. Yeah, exactly, Sej. I mean, that's why we're trying to catch this early, especially because they just went into release candidate. So pretty soon there shouldn't be any breaking changes, and then we can go from there. But I mean, it's nice that we haven't done too much in the app because then we'd have to rip out a bunch of UI components and update them, which is good. Configure ESLint again? Nah, man. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're in a bank, not a bank. We're in a blank SvelteKit and skeleton project. On the home page, let's import light switch from skeleton labs. And then we'll put it inside of here. I think. Light switch. You went there. I mean, that's what we're about to test America 2050. It's not us. It's not us. It's not us. We're in a brand new project, and it seems to be broken. I mean, let's test other. Maybe it's only broken in Firefox. Let me test in Chromium really quick. But yeah, I'll definitely create an issue. Yeah, so it's broken in Chromium too. I guess I could be big. We're in Chromium now. Broken. All right. How do I open an issue for this? Let's. The thing is, that, and then that. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's the other thing is like I kind of want to solve it now. Like I want to fix the library, but we have to do some debugging to do that. Um, the element has W12 and immediately after W6, so it's resetting itself. Yeah, well, the creator of the library watches stream, so he'll see this. He'll see this. I shouldn't be this big anymore. I'll be tiny again. But in the meantime, I do want to see like what the fix is, and I think we were on the right track. Yeah. Okay. So it has both of them. That's the issue. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem. It's got both. Okay, that should be pretty easy to find in their code base and then like link to the code too. Maybe we can open a PR. Let's do it. Was that PR merged? Well, let's see. And maybe, yeah, so if the docs are running on the latest version and they haven't released the fix yet, then maybe we just need to wait for the next release. Let's see. Lib. Components. Well, not components. Utilities. Light switch. Light switch.felt. Why is the syntax highlighting so bad in here? That's just a GitHub issue, I guess. Classes track. Width, height. Where is width specified? Width. Height. Yeah, and if we look at the history, it's been fixed. It's been fixed already. I don't even need to open an issue. We'll see. That wasn't there. February 16th, maybe? Width 12. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. It was fixed. So they went from having W12, W6 to now having. Yeah, they fixed it. They fixed it. So this was overriding the other one. It's fixed. It's just not deployed yet. Great. Great. So we don't have to worry about that. Oh, it took us a second. We also had to figure out that yes, it was fixed, and that was the reason it was fixed. Do we want to install the at next? Let's see. Do. Select the element, remove the class amount. Actually, this would be a good exploration of like how customizable is it? Can I override the internal classes? Yeah, that's what we're about to look into. Like, I need the package name. Give me the package name so I can find it on npm. Skeleton Labs skeleton. Versions. Yeah. So they don't publish a next. What Sipping Tears is mentioning, we could actually point it to a commit in the Git repo. I don't want to do that. we'll just wait for the next version to be released. But also, we were looking at that component. export width and height. Provide classes to set height styles should be half of width. So, how do I customize it? Light switch classes track. Because I can. Is it a prop? Oh, because they're exported. Watch me. Okay, so we get this should. It took us a long time to get there, but this should actually be a pretty easy fix. In the meantime, a pretty easy fix. On the element, I mean, it's not even hacks. We can actually say width is H12, or sorry, W12. That should fix it. That's literally all we need. I thought, anyways. Not getting type completion in here. No suggestions. That's it. Thank you, Zipping Tears. Oh, that took me way too long to figure out. Ha, ha. Yeah, we needed to override the height. You got it. All right. And we'll add it to do. To do. Remove after next skeleton update. And I mean, it wouldn't hurt to leave it there, but we did it. Okay, now I can go back to these two, which gives us more boxy stuff. But actually, I don't like that. I want our buttons to be boxy. I don't want the light switch to be boxy. Or do I? Maybe I do. Nice. All right, let's pick a different color for the logout button. No. No? Which means we don't override everywhere. We just override for the button. We need to find the potential CSS variable we can use to override. Add rounded full to just the light switch. It does look weird, doesn't it? I agree with that. All right, let's keep working on this then. I think the issue is, so if we're looking at the source code of the light switch component. If I pass a class down, oh, you know what? We can kind of just hack it. we can all right, so what does class's thumb do? So basically what I'm saying by hacking it is this just accepts a string, I believe, so we can literally do rounded full there. And now that gets appended to the list of classes, I believe. But we do need to override. Well, let's see. Rounded token. Actually, no, they do export rounded. So we'll do that as a separate prop. Cool. You can't see it yet, but I'm pretty sure that fixed it. Also, this is a great demonstration of they've thought about a lot of things. Like once we've figured it out, it's pretty easy to customize. So nice. All right. I want a different color button. What are our options? Let's go with tertiary. It's probably in the docs. I'm just showing how bad of a developer I am because I can't read the docs. I guess here's the thing. It's a tab. If I click on props, it tells me there's a rounded prop. That's on me. I need to go here to do that instead of looking at the source code. Though I will say, don't be afraid to look at the source code of the libraries that you're using. You can actually learn a lot. But what we've determined is they have a prop for rounded, so we can use it. We also could have just looked at the docs and seen that they had a prop for rounded too. All right. I don't like the look of that button either. And I want the light switch to be to the left of the logged in username. Or logged in icon. That makes more sense to me. And then we can log out. Also, we need to handle loading state. I don't know, do we have an issue open for that? We don't. Oh, we don't have a to-do. Let me just open an issue so we don't forget. Handle offloading state. How do I bypass all of this? UI does not show loading state when logging out or in. Show loading state. Yeah, I mean, we could figure out how to do it. I'm not going to do it right now because we have other things to work on. All right, I think that looks fine. I'm still not happy with the color of the button. Maybe we just make it a red button. I do like red buttons. Primary. Yeah, I like the red button. Okay. I think that's all we had to fix. I don't think there's anything now. Oh yeah, good call, Plop. Yeah, so now we can actually just include this right there in the if. No need for two ifs. Yeah, I guess I do like the color red. This is my little pop of color. I wear a lot of black. But also, I think it just looks good with the theme, and it for the login button it fits because YouTube has like the color red. I guess right. Okay. Good. Good. I think everything's fine. Actually, so now that we've updated auth.js as well, like that's basically what we're working on right now is updating dependencies. We fixed the skeleton stuff. It's possible that in our auth, I'm not muted, Oscar. You're muted. In here, there's some things we could like. Can we get rid of this now? Did they fix their types? They didn't fix their types. We were doing some other things. Lib, Prisma, client. What about the small shrinking image? I'm not gonna fix that, but if somebody wants to open a PR, I'm not gonna fix it today, but if somebody wants to open a PR, that's fine. We read the release notes, we tried. Yeah. So I basically, I just got rid of the dropdown because I didn't want to have to learn how to use the new pop-up thing. So, for now, I don't think we even need a drop-down menu. So, no need to open the issue. They already fixed it. They fixed it. It just hasn't been released yet. Okay, I think we're good on all the fixes here. Sparkles, package, update, dependencies. Full stack means you're, I mean, in the simplest terms, you're working in both the front end and the back end. It can mean a lot more than that. because even the terms front end and back end can mean a lot of different things. But ultimately, I'm calling this a full stack app because we're dealing with back end database stuff. So we have a database schema where we're writing code against our database. We have functions that only run on the back end. Like this, and then we're also doing front end development. So I mean, the error we were just fixing was a little button in the nav bar. So this is like front end development. So it's kind of the combination of front end and back end development. Whereas in some scenarios, you might be on a team where certain people are only front end and other people are only back end. But working in a framework like SvelteKit, which is what this is, it lends itself to full stack because it's kind of like the merging of front end and back end. And see you later, Brilvio. Thank you for the tips earlier. Have a good one. Okay. That's called Clash of Code. Here. Yeah, full stack really escalated in size. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is like sometimes people will say like, oh, well, full stack doesn't exist. Like you're just like a jack of all trades, a master of none. Or some companies just call it full stack so they could potentially hire less people. But regardless, I like working with both because I mean that also means that I can be a one person team, which is pretty often like what I am. I can do all the things. I can do the front end, the back end. Yeah. Okay. Let's push this up. And we'll merge it in and then work on a couple more issues. Yeah. Yeah. No, now we can go back to the Prisma ERD thing. I totally forgot that that's what we were actually working on. Ugh, okay. And Minch, thank you for the prime. Are you new? You're new here. Appreciate that. Yeah, and see you, Veeb. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, that got updated. Package got updated, and then we had our one breaking change where we ripped out the menu and fixed the light switch. Okay. Awesome. You know what? I probably should have gone into the GitHub settings to auto delete the branch. But glad to hear it, Minch. Yeah, I appreciate that. I know there are a lot of people that lurk, and that's okay. You don't have to talk in the chat. You're still welcome here. But thanks for the prime. All right. I don't know if that's coming across on stream, but something keeps vibrating, and I don't know what it is. I think it's my watch. I don't know where my watch is. I guess I'll have to find it later. All right. You don't hear it? Yeah, I have noise canceling, so that would make sense. Back to this issue where we want to set up the ERD. This should be pretty simple, but honestly, pulling in the Mermaid CLI actually seems like it adds some dependencies that have vulnerabilities. So let's try it and see. Yeah. Oh, you watch the VODs at 2 times speed? Nice. I already talk really fast too, so. Yeah, I have a noise cancellation and like a noise floor. The Mermaid CLI does the generation. Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. This is just a dev dependency. Like we're not. This code isn't going to be running within our running server. Yeah, I guess if you're comparing the two, then yeah, talk slower. But I really don't like seeing vulnerabilities whenever I do an npm install. But honestly, it shouldn't matter as much. Honestly. Let's look at the GitHub support for Mermaid. Include diagrams in your markdown with mermaid. It just supports all the syntax. And then yeah, if we want to look at it in the editor, we could do that, but we don't necessarily have to. They could just go to the read or the contributing guide on GitHub to do it. Okay, so is it possible for this Prisma ERD generator to only generate like I guess it needs the mermaid CLI to be able to do the thing. Well, no, if it's generating valid mermaid text without mermaid, render DML. If the mermaid CLI node path does not exist, expected mermaid CLI, but this package was not found. So it looks like it's going to break if we don't have mermaid at all. Oh, no. No. If we tell it to output markdown, it won't ever make it over here. Okay. So that should be fine. So if we remove the mermaid CLI dependency. Oh, not that. Well, it wasn't the mermaid CLI dependency. It was this ERD generator. So we're just going to remove it, and we're going to choose a different one. Yes, FeltKit got updated too. The thing is, like, this file doesn't even have external like, this only depends on these. I don't know why they have dependencies on, like, D3 and stuff like that. Oh, because they have peer dependencies on Mermaid CLI. Oof. Is there a way to install a package without peer dependencies? But they also have regular dependencies on it. Man. I mean, what I really want to do is just copy this generate file into my own thing, because then we could rip out all this stuff, fork it and hack it. Okay, we'll do that. Add note about mermaid CLI dependency. Upgrade mermaid dependency to version 9. And then that closes 173. What's 173? Get rid of some vulnerabilities. Yeah. I've never seen anyone in my company that's afraid of vulnerabilities. Can you explain? Sometimes, and in certain scenarios, and especially in plain old front-end projects, like if it's just a React app, it's not Next.js or anything like that, you don't actually need to worry about the vulnerabilities because they're just dev dependencies, meaning the only time those vulnerabilities would potentially even be, the code for them would potentially even be running is when the Webpack dev server is running, or when we're bundling our assets. But after everything is bundled, some of those dependencies, if they're just dev dependencies, like, they won't exist in our output bundle. So you don't have to worry about those. In this case, this also is technically a, wait, why do I have two vulnerabilities all of a sudden? Did this just get published? Because I could have sworn we had no vulnerabilities. Oh, never mind. We're on I forgot to pull from main. I was like, what? What? Okay. Great. So if you're working with backend code, you would definitely want to be potentially more worried about vulnerabilities there, because that could result in your server being compromised or something like that. That said, if they are dev dependencies, then it's possible that those dependencies are only ever running during the build process of your server. The thing is with SvelteKit, everything is a dev dependency in SvelteKit, for the most part, because SvelteKit creates a bundle that you actually end up deploying. But yeah. And that's the other thing. Like Codex is saying, if you look at the actual vulnerability, that's vulnerabilities that are found, you can read about them to see if it's actually something that you need to be worried about, or if that code would ever actually be running. Yeah, so this is vulnerable to a regular expression denial of service, but like this D3 package would only be used when generating the mermaid diagram SVG. So our SvelteKit app actually wouldn't even have to worry about this, but still, I don't want to see it in the install, because if we become complacent, if we become, oh, we know there's a couple of vulnerabilities and we don't actually check those or stay on top of those, then you could potentially run into a scenario where one of your dependencies does have a vulnerability that you need to worry about, and then you don't fix it. So that's why I care about it, at least here. Because we're dealing with backend code, and you don't want potential vulnerabilities in there. I will say there is an article written by Dan Abramov on talking about vulnerabilities specifically in dev dependencies of like a Create React app. NPM audit broken by design. This is the article. So if you want to know more about like what NPM audit actually does, and the scenario where you're running audit in like a Create React app or anything that's like fully front end, this blog post gives a rundown of why actually you don't need to care about those sometimes. But like I said, I don't want to become complacent and just know that, like, if I see a few vulnerabilities and be like, oh yeah, those are supposed to be there, I don't want that. So I want to be very specific about it. And I also, I guess I didn't really even talk about like what are vulnerabilities. Like vulnerabilities potentially allow your app to be hacked or exploited in some way, whether it's a denial of service, or in the one that we looked at, which is a regular expression denial of service. That means potentially it could bring your server to a halt, or there's potential injection issues. So like because you bring in one dependency and you use it in one specific spot, maybe for like parsing input or doing some validation, if a vulnerability is discovered where someone can get around that parsing or that validation, now your app is potentially vulnerable to like command injection or SQL injection. So those are probably the more intense things that you would need to worry about. But yeah, but what's up, DMD? Welcome in. Codex says, remember times before auditing was even a thing? Vulnerabilities you didn't even know about lived in your project. Yeah, I mean, and that's what's nice about the Node.js and NPM ecosystem is they're reporting on these vulnerabilities and they're getting fixed fairly quickly. But still, also, I think this is just a general lesson in project management. Like I feel like a lot of like junior and even mid-level devs will just npm install anything. They don't even care if they see vulnerabilities pop up, or they don't even care if they actually even need that dependency. So I'm also trying to model being specific about the dependencies that I decide to install. Am I out of sync? How long after I clapped did you hear the sound? Yeah. No? 1 minute, 10 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds. It's fine. I'm going to leave it then, if it's that short. Okay, so our only other option is to use the one that generates DBML. Is there a DBML to SVG tool? DBML renderer. That's kind of ugly. And Drathal, thank you for the prime resub. I mean, I guess it's all right. I cannot hear you clapping. We're going to take a poll so we can just move on from this. What to use? Use DBML and separate SVG generator, or fork Prisma ERD generator and rip out. So if we fork it, we would rip out the dependency on mermaid.js. That's what we would do. All right, vote now. Which one should we do? Also, here's the thing. If we decide to use DBML and it has vulnerabilities, then I'm just going to skip this. So. Well, here's the issue with separate branches. Like there are PRs from September that still haven't been merged in, and dependency bumps. So, I mean, this is it's not exactly maintained. There's quite a few open issues that only have a couple of comments too. So, force push to GitHub. What do you mean? People want to see me fork it. All right, let's fork it. Here we go. Here we go. I mean, and I have a general idea of how I'm going to fix it. I'm going to call this Prisma ERD generator markdown. So this one will only generate markdown. Set a timer? Sure. Are we going to speed run it? Well, let's see if I can fork and remove the dependencies, fix this library in under 10 minutes. Here we go. Should this be a YouTube video? No, I feel like, no, I just need to fix this thing. Okay. No. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Let's set it up for a YouTube video then. Yes. Everyone says yes. I guess you all honestly, like you all care about the content more than I do. Like a lot of you on our stream last Friday told me to make that YouTube short. It did really well. It got like 6,000 views on TikTok and like 2.5 thousand views on YouTube. So I'm going to listen to you. I want to show the example of vulnerabilities like this. Okay. And for now, I'm going to close out all the other stuff. Find a pearl. You sell everything to get it. Yeah. Here we go. Well, I do need to talk about what this even is. A prediction in 10 minutes. Oof. Here's the thing. Not only is it going to be 10 minutes, it's going to be 10 minutes of me explaining what I'm doing. I could do it in 10 minutes without explaining, but can I explain it and do it in 10 minutes? Maybe. Okay. What I do want to show is, like, I looked at this file. Wait, let's look at index. Yeah, that looks fine. I looked at this file, and by looking at the source code, I've determined that all we need to do is remove Um, I mean, I don't know for sure though, but um, I think if I'm right, all we need to do is remove the code from here to the end of this function, and that should fix the issue. I think, I think, but I don't know. But here we go. Anyways, I gotta get set up for the YouTube video. Here, here, here. Yeah, fix it, publish it, all of that good stuff. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set this up. I'm gonna explain everything, and then the moment I clone my fork, because I haven't done that yet. The moment I clone my fork, I will start the timer. Does that sound agreeable to everyone? Sounds good? Oh well, doesn't matter. I'm using Mac OS. I'm on whatever the latest one is. Someone did distro. I guess I can add a distro command. It's actually, yeah. So you can't see my menu bar, so you actually don't know what OS I'm using. Add command distro using Mac OS Ventura. Is that right? Well, some people have like a custom UI in. Isn't this Ventura? Why doesn't About This Mac tell me what my operating system is anymore? Can anyone tell me, is Ventura the latest one? I always forget. Is it Ventura or Monterey? Ventura. Okay, so it is Ventura. There you go. Let's do it. I guess I'm gonna be in focus mode too, so I'm not gonna pay attention to chat as much. We're just gonna make it happen. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to fork a project, modify it, and then publish to GitHub. So specifically, I wanna use this Prisma plugin called the Prisma Entity Relationship Diagram Generator. It's really nice. If you're in a Prisma project, you can install it, and then it will automatically generate this diagram anytime you change your Prisma schema. However, there are currently some vulnerabilities in this plugin. So whenever you install it, it actually, at least as the recording of this video, there's 15 vulnerabilities, and it's mainly because of this dependency on Mermaid.js, which is used to actually generate the SVG. I get to stretch, right? I get to stretch. We're about to go into this. And what I want to do is I want to completely rip that dependency out so that it only needs to generate the text. It doesn't actually generate an SVG. So to do that, I have forked this repo. So now it exists on my personal account. I just clicked the fork button to do that. And I perused the code, and I think I know what needs to happen. Like, I looked in this file, and I was like, yeah, like roughly around here, I think I just need to delete all of the code below that, and then we don't need the mermaid dependency anymore. That's my hypothesis. So we're going to do it, and we're going to see if we can do it in under 10 minutes. Here we go. I will clone my fork here. And then we'll do the modifications. So I think one thing I'm going to do is first, in the code base, I'm going to rip out those dependencies that I don't want. Then we'll do an npm install, and see if it works. So let's go into this directory. Why is the solution to remove mermaid? Because we don't need it because it already has the code to generate the markdown. Okay, so in the package.json, I'm actually just going to rip out anything that has to do with mermaid. So we're gonna get rid of that in the dependencies. We're gonna get rid of that in the other dependencies. Get rid of this here. Great. I think we're good. I think real quick in the README, let me just update this because we're only going to support Markdown. We're not going to support SVG, PNG, or PDF because for those you needed Mermaid. But for this, we only want to support Markdown. You choose a theme? Fascinating. I don't think you're going to get a theme option whenever we're only doing Markdown. Okay, I'm not going to worry about documentation, though. Now let's actually fix the thing. If I search for Mermaid, we can see if it's imported any other place. So generate has, yeah, so that's really, it's only in the generate file. This should be the only thing we need to modify. So in here, let's remove the, yeah, there isn't even an import for Mermaid because the code down here that attempts to do the Mermaid stuff, I think like just calls the CLI tool. So if the output ends with Markdown, just do it. Just do it. And then I guess otherwise there's a Prisma temporary file, temporary config file. Yeah, I think all of this has to do with Mermaid, so we're just going to rip it out. That's it. That's it. Okay, so now we can install dependencies and see if there's any vulnerabilities in the existing dependencies. This is the moment. This is it. And also, how are we doing on time? We got seven minutes left. Okay. Now, I mean, honestly, I think that's all we need to do. But technically, I think they do. Do they have tests? Let's look at the. Let's look at their tests, or like look at their package.json for any other tasks. Jest does run. Where's the test file? Oh, they're up here. And then if we look at the Prisma thing, oh, they have all these examples that has output and then .svg. We basically want to find everywhere that has .svg and replace it with .md. Oh, man. Oh, man. Actually, I mean, I guess we're not going to get the tests to pass. Let's just publish it. Let's just publish it, install it, and see if it works. So what we need to do to publish it is I need to change the name of the package. So right now it's Prisma ERD generator. We don't want to conflict, so we're going to do Prisma ERD generator markdown. And then later on we'll come in and update repository. We'll fix the test. But for now, I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. So we're going to change this to version 1. We're going to start out at version 1. And then we should be good. So let's try it. We'll do npm run. I think there is a build command. Build works. And then right now I can do npm run publish. And basically when you do npm run publish, I'm already logged in with npm. So I did npm login, did the login. It has my credentials. Now when I do publish, it's going to create the package with this name on npm. With version 1. Let's go. So I also have, not npm run publish, just npm publish. But I also have two-factor authentication. So I need to go put in my two-factor auth code, and then I should be able to, it should be published, and then we can try installing it in another project. Let's do that now. Wait, what? Wait, am I not logged in? Maybe I'm not logged in. Oh, if I'm not logged in, then it's took that package name. Okay, it's not there. I need to log in. There we go. Let me log in really quick. Now I can do my authenticator to log in. Now I'm logged in the terminal. And now if I do a publish, so now that I'm logged in, I'm going to run publish. And I need to authenticate my account again. So give me a second. Yep. And so now it's asking for my one-time password again. It did it. So we're published. We are on NPM now. So now if we go to NPM Prisma generator markdown, it should exist. This is me. Now let's try installing it. Prisma ERD generator markdown. An electric smog. Thank you for the prime. So we've got 3 minutes left to see if this will actually work. Let's try it. So now I'm going to go to the project that I want to use this in, which is listed, and we're going to install as a dev dependency Prisma ERD generator markdown. We don't want to see any vulnerabilities. And we don't. Beautiful. So we fixed that. Now we can follow their guide on getting it set up. Basically, in our Prisma schema file, we can add this section that specifies the generator that we want. And we say the output is ERD. So use Prisma ERD generator markdown to generate a file called erd.markdown. I think that's it. npx Prisma migrate dev. Moment of truth. Does it work? I don't know. That's what we're about to test. We need to reset the public schema. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Delete the database. Okay, and then now in my code, do I have an erd.markdown? I do. And so let's install the mermaid viewer. Markdown preview mermaid. Is this the one? I think this is the one. And so now that we have it in the erd.md file, if I do preview, we did it. We did it. Yeah. So I mean, if you want to view this inside of VS Code, you do need that extension. But what's nice, and so let's actually do this. We're going to push this up to GitHub. So let's really quick in the contributing guide. Let's add how to find the database diagram. But yeah, we did it. We did it. And I think that's a good call. So now instead of putting it at the root, we should put it in the Prisma folder, and we can just do that in here. So right now it was generating it at the root, but if we do that, then it should put it in the Prisma folder. Cool. And so now, now we're going to have two because we have the original one at the root. So let's delete that. But now it exists in the Prisma folder. Cool. So in the contributing guide, I'm just going to tell people that you can find the diagram in that folder. So we'll do that right here. So view the database diagram here. Well, that's it. We did it in 10 minutes. That's awesome. I think obviously there's more that needs to be done. Like I need to update this documentation to not tell them to use Mermaid, to have the right npm install. I need to update the package.json to have my name, but we did it. And now from here, it's just like maintenance. And then also like updating the tests so they're only testing Markdown. But yeah, view the database diagram here. And then this should be Prisma / ERD.md. Cool. All right, let me commit this. Check out a branch. I mean, this has nothing to do with publishing. This is just the project that I'm working on. So I'm going to check out a branch called add ERD generator. And I'll push it up to GitHub. Oh no, yeah, so git push origin add generator. The main reason I want to do this is I want to show you the preview on GitHub, because GitHub actually can preview mermaid files automatically. So let's pull this into the repo so that we can look at the diagram on GitHub. So in terms of files changed, we updated the contributing guide, added a dependency to Prisma ERD generator markdown. We added our ERD diagram, and we updated the Prisma schema file. So this looks good. Let's merge it in. And now, if I go to the contributing guide, it should link to the ERD. So let's look at contributing. We scroll to the section on Prisma. It says, hey, view the diagram here. And then GitHub automatically renders out any mermaid that it finds. So that's pretty slick. We did it. So the last part of the video, I was just basically showing you how to add it to an existing project. But this is essentially how you can fork something and modify it and publish your own version of it. Now, you may not always want to do this. Let's talk about like when and why you should actually do this, right? Because probably the right thing to do would be to make a pull request against the original repo that fixes the vulnerabilities and potentially does the fixes that you want and pulls them into the main repo. But the reason I didn't think we could do that is they have quite a few number of issues open, and they already have pull requests open where people are bumping the version and trying to remove those vulnerabilities. But the maintainer isn't keeping track of that. So that's why I decided to fork and make my own version and publish it. But now I'm an open source maintainer myself, because now I need to actually maintain this one that I published. I need to update the README and update like the link to the repository. And then if that one ever has bugs, I need to potentially fix them. So I have essentially just become an open source maintainer by releasing that. Yeah, Oscar says also check the license. I do believe that this is under the MIT license. Licensing is a whole other issue, but because this is the MIT license, that means that I am allowed to take it, modify it, and kind of do whatever I want with it, but they're just not held liable. So there's that. And yeah, like I said, I have some work to do now, because I essentially need to update the README, update the tests, and really make sure that like before publishing the test pass and stuff like that. All right, anyone in the chat, is there anything else I'm missing? Are there any like qualms with what I've done? Any questions about what I've done? Let me know. Yeah, and so when I publish the next version, probably like 1.0.1, that will have the updated README and stuff like that. Oh yeah. So there's definitely a better workflow. I was flying by the seat of my pants, but it's possible to use a project locally without publishing it to NPM. But for this specific project, I did eventually want to publish to NPM because there are other people that contribute to this code base, and they need to be able to have all the dependencies whenever they do NPM install. But you're absolutely right. You should look into NPM link, because that will let you test the dependency locally before publishing it. Yeah, so, and then, yeah, there are also other, we didn't even talk about that thing. There are other ways of getting an ERD diagram from your Prisma schema. Prismalyzer is one that we've used before. But as far as I know, this just works in the web browser. Like you paste your schema in and then it gives you a diagram. I specifically wanted the diagram in the code base, so that way it's embedded in as documentation within the code. Yeah. All right, that's it. That's all. Thank you for watching this. Hopefully you learned a little bit. Also, I'm sure there's something I forgot or some issue you had with what I did. So leave it in the comments. Let me know. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one. And also check me out on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now, twitch.tv/codinggarden. We have lots of fun doing things like this. So I'll see you in the next one. Cool. Cool. Yeah, thanks, Timon. I totally forgot about those screenshots. Would it be better to start with 0.0.1? So that gets into semantic versioning, and if we know there are going to be breaking changes early on, then yeah, you would do this. But I think because we forked a library that was already 1.0, we can expect, I guess, that there's not going to be breaking changes. Also, this is cool. Expand. Can I zoom in? Zoom. Zoom. Right click. Well, if I open it in a new tab, and bloated Dignac, thank you for the resub. Then it's just the markdown file? we need a zoom. I wonder if the markdown preview, I think the markdown preview in here has it. I guess it's technically not an image because it's, oh, you know what? It's probably using like Mermaid as a dependency, and then on the page itself, Mermaid actually generates the SVG. Yeah, exactly, Limotes. There's a lot of plugins that do stuff like that, but basically, every time you run generate, the diagram gets automatically updated. So if we add new tables, if we change relationships or change types or change columns, this diagram is always going to be up to date because now it's in sync with our schema. There's lots of other cool plugins too that eventually we'll probably add them, but we can add a plugin for like Zod validators, and it will auto-generate the validators corresponding to how we created our schema here, and then those stay in sync with the database schema as well. It's just so small. Isn't the ERD supposed to come first though? It depends. Like a lot of times, like an ERD is used as a conversation tool. Like when you're working with other devs, you're trying to explain the structure of the database. But in our case, we basically used the Prisma schema file as the first thing, and then got the diagram out of it. I do believe people have tools where you can actually diagram it and then get the Prisma schema from it. But yeah. What's up, Palante Mark? The contributing file is supposed to start with 100. Wait, what? I don't understand. When did that get added? Man. Jesus. GitHub blame. I mean, I probably just did it accidentally. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no worries, Palante Mark. But I think I did. Like, what are the implications of publishing something to npm? Now I have to maintain this, so I've just created more work for myself. What am I doing? We need to fix this. Okay. Maintain is a strong word. Yeah. You don't have to fork and maintain if you only want to upgrade specific dependency version to fix security problems. Well, I needed to remove that dependency entirely because the code would break without it. Um, uh, I I basically ripped out the functionality of image generation. Um, so that it's only markdown generation. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to publish that as a YouTube video for the exact reason that Automagic is mentioning. Like, there are going to be way too many people that talk about how I guess like I could ignore that dependency, or I should have just contributed to the repo itself. But like sometimes you just want a fix really quick. I don't know. There's probably a better way. If you wanted a fix really quick, you actually could just put it on GitHub and then use a GitHub dependency versus an npm dependency. Yeah. Yeah, so like Smiley is mentioning, technically I could have just referenced my Git repo. What am I doing now? I think I want to be able to zoom in on this. Also patch the package. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's the other issue. Automagic is like the dependent. In order to override the dependency, it's a breaking change because it's a major bump in that dependency. Because like, let's see right now, it's dependent on Prisma Mermaid CLI version 8. Version 9 is the one that fixes those things, but this potentially wouldn't work with version 9. I think you can unpublish a package like up to 24 hours later. Fix GitHub altogether. You know, here's the thing. I also could have just the other way to fix this is I could have looked at the fork that updated the dependency. So you can see Kianic upgraded the dependency to version 9. I could have went to their fork and just used that. But the checks didn't pass. Yeah, because they didn't update the test after updating the dependency. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's like you could try that with this Automagic, but I think it would break because of the version 9 difference. Okay. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do next. I guess technically we'll just move on to another issue. Or at least see what issues are hanging around, and then we'll get out of here. I did say I was going to work on tests today. Maybe we do that next. Okay. First of all, I can close this issue because now we have an ERD in the code base. Onboarding flow. Yeah. So Oscar mentions that we should request some specific scopes. I want to avoid that for now. Let's talk about it. So I want to avoid asking for YouTube permissions unless the user wants to use their existing subscriptions. Users should also be able to log in and use the app without sharing their subscriptions / YouTube settings. Even read only, some people would consider like a not a violation of privacy, but like there are some people that don't you sir. Unless the user, there it is. There are some people that don't want to like when they log into this app, for instance, they wouldn't want to expose what their YouTube subscriptions are because their YouTube subscriptions are private. Like because it's possible for you to hide your YouTube subscriptions so people can't see them. And that's kind of what I'm worried about. Like, I want people to still be able to use my app without giving me their YouTube subscriptions. But if they want to, then we can add that scope. And that's going to be a little bit more complicated because we basically, during the OAuth flow, we can like attempt to dynamically add this scope if the user wanted to do that. But yeah, so but even though it's read only permissions, you're still technically getting access to stuff that's not public. Okay, playwright accessibility testings. Okay, I'm not going to do that today, but we'll do it eventually. Oh, we can test for Lighthouse? Not today, but eventually. Email? What do you mean email? when are we going to do email stuff, Timon? But no, I didn't see. Where is the Svelte hackathon? Where is that happening? February 17th through April 17th? Did I miss it? People have a head start. Your project must use Svelte as its primary dependency. Who can enter? Who can't enter? Best was Bangery. Entries will be judged based on their novelty, quality, and ability to inspire delight. That's a lot of money. there's a really big prize pool here. But today is February 24th. Did it already start? Oh, 4 days in. I see, yeah. Best library. With the addition of Svelte package, it's now easier than ever to publish NPM packages with Svelte. Best ecosystem integration. Second place in all categories. Wow. Cool. I don't know what I would do, though. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, like listed, we started before the hackathon started, so I don't think this would even count. And also, it's not going to be like, amazing. It's just an app. All right, let's do this. Basic tests. npm run test. No. I think Playwright actually will spin up a web browser. Let's see. Well, vtest is more so for unit tests. And I think for now, we're just going to stick to integration tests. What is happening? Well, we can't even test the login because we would need to like put the username and password of a test Gmail user in like an environment variable. Okay, Playwright. I thought Playwright spun up a browser. It launches headless by default. How can we make it not headless? Let's do that because for people that haven't seen end-to-end testing before, it's pretty fascinating to watch the browser spin up. Configuration. Use all right, now watch these tests. Not today, Timon. Eventually. It's a lot. The things you asked for are a lot. We don't even have basic testing. I want to show these tests failing because the test that got generated with our app is testing for like an H1 that doesn't exist. Why does this take so long? Also, we need to do this. There's a playwright extension in VS Code. Let's look at it. Run playwright tests in Visual Studio Code. Let's try it. Now, if I open up my test file, is this done? That finished. Playwright. Oh, look at this little button. Show browser. Stop. Run. This honestly, this is why we would have unit tests. Like the fact that it takes this long to just spin up the browser to test one test, is kind of um, it's too long. It's too long. Here we go. So this is what I want to see. So like it spins up, it does the thing. I guess the tricky part about this, like, do I have to have my app running in the background, or can it just do it? Oh yeah, so it's doing 4173. Okay. What's the difference between Cypress and Playwright? I don't know the major differences. They do two very similar things, but Playwright is by Microsoft, so that's a thing to consider. Okay, so are you still here, Oscar? I think you told me how to fix the yeah, 4173. How do I fix that error when we're doing 4173? I need to tell it like host or something like that. Um, hmm. I think we're gonna keep the defaults. Untrusted host. Did you add another one to mode? Number 74, emulation test. Ooh, we can test different languages. Nice. Nice. To do, come on. I guess if we look at the next auth documentation, it'll tell us. Mm. Host must be trusted. They're not telling me how to do it. I need to just go search the next auth, or auth.js GitHub. Auth JS next auth. auth trust host. Here's the thing. We only need that during preview. Can we have an env like prod or something like that? Can we have a list of trusted hosts? Oh, in it, I can do trust host. Let's delete this for now. In here, I can say trust host. True. Yeah, that might have been a fix as well, America 2050. Just run the preview on the same port. Yeah, we can tell that that dependency on the icon library has to do a lot of work. All right, does this fix it? This does fix it. Cool. So now, if we run the test, this should work. Or not work. It should at least not show the that page. And then it's going to break because the content doesn't say welcome to SvelteKit. Why does this take so long? I mean, does it take so long because of the icons issue again? But it's using the bundled version. Nice. Love to see it. So it actually launches it, which is great. Let's see if it's this icon issue. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a faster build. We need to fix that sooner than later. The icons. Okay. Let's fix the test now. So here we go. We're gonna write our first test. So this generic test that get generated for our app is expecting there to be an H1 that says welcome to SvelteKit. So let's think about what are we going to be testing for on the homepage of our app when it renders out. I think let's actually just test to see if listed.tv shows up. This is just an anchor tag, not an H1. So I'll use that selector. So the way these end-to-end tests work are you navigate to a specific page. In this case, it's going to the home page, and then it's trying to find the text content of an H1. But in this case, I want to find the text content of an A, and I expect that to be listed.tv. Let's rerun our tests. npx playwright code gen. What does that do? Wait, will this generate tests for the given page? Like if I do playwright code gen / it'll be like, these are the tests you need for the homepage. Because that would be kind of amazing. Oh, it launches the browser. You click around, it generates the test code. That's still pretty cool too. That's pretty slick. All right, please run these tests. Pass. We passed. We passed our test. And then if how do I want this browser to die when the tests are done running. I don't know if we'll need Storybook for this. I mean, we don't have any custom components yet. We might eventually. Cool. I don't. Cool. So that actually did launch the browser. I think like if I want to run these tests on like GitHub Actions, also what does this one do? Oh, so this is already set up for vtest as well. These are our unit tests. Okay. I think I won't show the browser, and then we can try adding this to our commit hook. So generate the SvelteKit types, check the types, run the linter, and then run the tests. What all did I change? By default, it runs headless in GitHub Actions. Yeah, but I mean, I guess I definitely needed to not put that there. Like the use headless, or I needed to disable that setting, I think. What did I change? Pre-commit hook. We updated that. We removed the icon, which is fine. I'm going to leave that out. And then we fixed the homepage test. Okay, so now this will actually run the test locally before allowing me to commit. So I can do sparkles add initial test setup. So it checks the types, it does the linting, and then it should run the tests. Beautiful. Though I forgot to add it to the GitHub Actions. Cool. So one more thing is in the GitHub Actions for, well, we're calling this lint, but what's a better name for something that checks types, lints, and run tests? Some thick commits. What about using lint stage instead of adding every single command to a pre-commit file? I don't know what you mean by that, Automagic. Lint test? How about run checks? Is that weird? Yeah. And if I rename the workflow, that should be fine, right? But let me look into what you were mentioning, Automagic. So I haven't used lint staged before. What is it? Run linters on git stages. What's the difference? Like this, I guess this doesn't use commit hooks. Is that the main thing? Yeah. Running tasks for staged files. Applying modifications from tasks. Does this also make it so that the linter only runs against the files that have changed, which potentially, yeah, so it potentially speeds things up. Like Pranian is saying, it only lints the files you commit. I like that. Well, for another day. For another day. I'm going to add it as an issue. Look into lint stage. Okay. Let me commit this as well. Update GitHub action. Yeah, so like in this case, when I updated that action file, there's actually no need to run the type check or the linter because I didn't change any source code. So yeah, okay. Ooh. Let's merge this PR. Let's do a summary of today, and then let's get the heck out of here. Okay, PRs, new pull requests. Add a title to the page. Feel free to make a PR. Is it npm test or npm runtime? npm test works. npm test works. Squash it. One of the oldest issues is still not addressed. Oh yeah, the logos. I think I saw. Yeah, some people were commenting on this. The thing is, like, we don't even have any features yet. I think honestly, at this point, we are basically making like the ultimate Svelte kit starter, right? This is the garden stack, right? Because we don't even have any features yet. So eventually, when we start looking into or when we're making features and branding, then yeah, we'll pick a logo. But these are some logo options that people have had. I honestly really like this one from Mark Boots. I'm probably gonna go with this one because I like the L that looks like a less than, but it's an L. The G3 stack. Yeah, I mean, so like I will say though, like your branding here is fantastic. Amasil, are you a designer? Mark, are you a designer? Mark Boots. And Amasil made some modifications too. Yeah, like these are slick, but this does kind of look like Figma. Honestly, I guess I don't know if this reminds me of Figma. I don't know if it looks like Figma. I like potentially something like this. This reminds me of like Opera browser, or like Verizon. I'm not reminded of anything here, but I am reminded of kind of like code because it kind of looks like a less than sign. So I do still kind of like this one. But Mark Boots, not Mark 2067. I don't know if Mark Boots is even here. um, this looks like a C. I don't think so. I think especially when you see it next to the other letters, like you know that this is stylized. I don't know, but yeah, I haven't adjusted yet because I don't know if that's what I actually want to. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do yet. All right. Let's talk about what we did today and then get out. Get out. Man, I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention Kubajaro made quite a few PRs that like fix some stuff for the better, so I'll mention all of these. Honestly, I was looking at this and now I'm thinking, do we get infinite redirects? So if the user is onboarded and they are trying to go to onboarding, go to the home page. Okay, that should be fine then. Uh, yeah, no code wars today. We were working on this project specifically. Wait, how this failed, or we just didn't run them? Um, oh, I have to do this on GitHub Actions. Maybe I need to add that over here. Not here. Um, npx playwright install and npm test. I think that's what we need. There was not another code Q&A. Install playwright for test. Oh, put it back on this branch. Oh well. That's fine. It's in the dependencies, but it needs to download the web browsers that it uses. Here is an example action. GitHub Actions. Yes, so install it, then run the tests. What's up, James? Thanks for dropping in. I am exhausted, but I still have to do a summary of the stream today. Yeah, and I think if we make a PR, it'll do that. Can't automatically merge? Why not? Conflicts? We want both. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Now it runs the test twice. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want it to install and run the test all in one go. Yeah, I don't have too much experience with like end-to-end testing. Playwright seems pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, so this does make sense. Somebody mentioned lint staged earlier. We don't need to run the linter or the type check if things haven't changed, because that takes a long time when I'm just editing a GitHub action file. All right, this one we should get a green check mark for. Can I explain the difference versus Cypress? I don't know. I mean, they seem very similar. I don't know what Playwright brings that Cypress doesn't have. I mean, a lot of people in the chat seem to really like Playwright. Really, just essentially the test code that you need to write, and some of the features built into it. So, but I can't argue for them because I haven't been able to compare. I don't know the features. I don't know how to compare them. So that one passed. I think we're good, but I think that one technically ran the test twice. If a test fails in CI, you can download it and run the exact same thing. That's pretty cool. So it's like really easy to replicate the failures. So you can see it should be, oh no, and then it passed. But yeah, this ran our tests. Yeah, good to go. All right. Great. Um, so yeah, James's test readability is better in Playwright. Cypress has a custom promise, and working with types and chaining can be a boilerplate nightmare. And then Playwright is standard promises with awaits. Cool. Nice. Yeah, so VTest typically isn't for end-to-end testing. Like VTest, I do believe is just for like unit testing. Maybe you can set it up for end-to-end testing, but things like Cypress and Playwright, like they have basically their own test runner. So you're typically using their test syntax instead of something like VTest. Like this test is specific to Playwright because that spins up a test for it. Whereas over here, these are unit tests that have all the things. Yeah. What's up, Zavito? Yeah, so this is open source over on GitHub. I right now I'm not really accepting pull requests for new features, but if you have a fix for um, a bug or you've noticed an issue that you want to help out with, um, I'm happy to accept contributions. But for the most part, I'm trying to implement all of the main stuff on stream so people can see it live. Because actually, you'll see it right now. There's a really big PR from Kubajiro that adds a lot of really good stuff, but I want to do this on stream. So what I'll likely do is I will reference their pull requests when I'm implementing these things. Mainly just so that viewers can see me do that stuff. All right. I think all these are in the wrong order now. Let me try opening these again. But in the reverse order. Did I configure the cache for the action? Haven't looked into it. See you later, Sej. Thank you for all the support today. Have a good one. We ended with more issues because of Timon. No, I think these are good issues to have in here because there's a lot of things about end-to-end testing that I have not accounted for yet. So yeah, I'm not familiar with IOTS. See you later, Origin. Thank you for hanging out too. Okay. Yes, these open in the right order. Runtime type checker? Oh, like comparable to Zod or something like that. Yeah, I mean, we've mainly been using Zod lately. I want to show the diagram that we got. This is cool. So users have accounts and sessions and user settings. User settings have locales or a color scheme. Users can have many lists. Lists have a visibility and can have many list items. This is cool. This is cool. All right. And then we barely did any testing, but we did get it set up. All right, let me do a summary of today, and then we're gonna go. Yeah, see you later, Amasil. Thanks for hanging out. CPT Plank, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's summarize what we did today for YouTube. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to this devlog where we are going to summarize the work we did on our project Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. So first up, we merged quite a few pull requests that are kind of just cleaning up the code base, not necessarily adding new features, but just fixing some things for us. So big thanks to Kubajiro, who added a PR that changed the camel casing, changed from underscore casing to camel casing in our database to be more consistent. And the way that they did that was with Prisma's at map. So basically your Prisma model can have underscores in it, but you can map that to the database with camel casing. So thanks for doing that, because now our models are more consistent in that everything is camel cased. They also fixed types for the custom Prisma adapter that we added last time. So they went in and defined the specific type of the adapter, and then now extended or returned that kind of custom adapter here so that we could remove all of those TS ignores. So thanks for doing that. And then also they fixed some of the TS ignores we had for throwing a redirect. So you might have noticed in the code whenever, so this is a svelte thing where we throw the redirect, and we needed to disable a linter rule because this technically isn't an error object. But the way that they fixed it is they added a type that says the redirect extends error. So thanks for doing that. And then also removed all of the ESLint ignore comments all over the code base, because now we don't have that. That rule has been fixed because of the type. This is a PR from Bolek Noak, who fixed the redirect that we created in the last stream. So we had some logic that said, if the user is logged in and they have been onboarded and we're not going to the homepage, redirect to the homepage. But probably a better way of writing this logic is, if the user is logged in and they have been onboarded and they're trying to go to onboarding, take them back to the homepage, because there potentially will be some routes inside of protected that are not onboarding that we don't want to redirect them from. So thanks for that fix. Next up is the work we actually did on stream. So first, we fixed a warning in the linter. So there was an issue opened up that talked about when you were running lint, there was this parsing error that would pop up when the linter was running. And the way that we fixed that was by removing svelte from import parsers in our ESLint config file. Excuse me. So we removed, let me just start that whole thing over. And the way that we fix that is by removing svelte from the settings, import parser, TypeScript ESLint parser. And the reason we were able to do that is because in our ESLint config, there's already an override section where we're overriding for svelte files. So it didn't make sense to have svelte here. And once we removed that, the warning from the console was gone. So I'm really glad that we figured that out. The other thing we did was we updated dependencies in the project. So we used an interactive tool called npm-upgrade. It tells you what all of the latest dependencies are, and you can pick and choose which one you want to update. But since we're early in the project, we just updated everything and then fixed anything that broke. So you can see our package JSON now has all of the latest versions. And one of the things we did have to fix had to do with Skeleton. So Skeleton had one more version bump that had breaking changes, but they're actually now in release candidate. So there hopefully won't be any breaking changes going forward, and they'll stabilize and release a version 1. But we did have to do a couple of updates because we were doing some custom stuff with the light switch component. And for now, I actually just removed the drop-down menu because they have a new way of creating menus, and that needed to be updated anyways. So I just removed it until we're actually ready to have a drop-down menu with more menu items and stuff like that. So that was great. And then the next thing we did was a little bit of documentation. So in the code base, we're using Prisma for our database. And I wanted to have an ERD or an entity relationship diagram for our database so that new contributors can look at the ERD and get an idea for the data, how the data is structured in our database. We did that using a Prisma plugin. We added this Prisma ERD generator markdown, which we actually created ourselves. So we forked Prisma ERD generator, which has the ability to generate markdown, but also like images and PDFs. But there was an issue with its dependencies. We wanted a version that only does markdown, so we forked it. And now it generates this mermaid file. So mermaid is a syntax for being able to create essentially diagrams from text. And so this mermaid diagram represents an entity relationship diagram. But we updated our Prisma schema file to say we want to use that plugin, and it should output to a file called erd.md. But what's nice about mermaid inside of Markdown is GitHub will actually render it. So if you look at this ERD file in our Prisma folder, it actually has the ERD that gets generated. And now this actually will stay in sync with our Prisma schema. So anytime we add new tables or add new columns, the diagram will auto regenerate. And so this diagram is always going to be up to date, which is pretty nice. And then lastly, we just fixed the basic tests that were in the repo and then made it so that GitHub Actions actually run those tests. So in this, let me show a better one. Zoom. I mean, that's as far as it could zoom. I need to, honestly, I might update that package to also, maybe there's a better mermaid to image generator thing, but give me a second. I need to show this one. Yeah. And lastly, we updated our basic end-to-end tests with Playwright. So that they actually make sense for the page. Because before it was just the generated test that came with our SvelteKit app, but we wanted to test it against our page and make sure that everything was working and get it hooked into GitHub Actions and commit hooks as well. So there's a GitHub action, run a CLI to generate SVG from the file. Sure. And then that package doesn't even need to be dependent on Mermaid because we can just use the latest Mermaid and put it in the directory. I like that. Okay. I want to show this. So in this change, we updated in the test folder tests/test.ts, and we changed it from that default test, which is testing for welcome to SvelteKit, and now we're testing to make sure that listed.tv is on the page. There's a couple of other things we changed. So like right now, our dependency on tabular icons was actually making the build time and the test time really, really long. So for now, we just commented this out so that the tests would run faster and the builds would run faster. So that's going to be, we're going to need to fix that in the future. The other thing is whenever the tests are running, they're running a preview build, which is not running on the default Vite port. It's running on 4173. So we needed to add trust host here in our SvelteKit auth for the auth to still work when we're running on a different port. And then we updated our commit hooks. So now we sync the types, we run a type check, we run the linter, and we run the tests anytime a commit happens. And we also updated the GitHub action. So we renamed it to run checks because this does all of the same things anytime there's a new pull request. And one minor fix as well is you also need to run this playwright install before running tests, so that way it has the browsers that it can use to install. And now that we have that, whenever you make a PR, it also is running those basic tests. In the future, we obviously want to expand these. We want to be testing most of the functionality of the application, but I at least wanted to get this setup going for now. And that's it for this devlog. So if you found this useful or any of the other... So if you found this useful or any of the other content on Coding Garden, definitely consider supporting me. If you visit coding.garden/support, it has all the ways you can support me and also a table of how much profit I get depending on how you decide to support me. But if you did that, I would really appreciate it. That's it for today. Thank you for watching this, and be sure to tune in on Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden. Every Friday, we're working on this exact same app, and I'd love to see you in the chat. So, see ya. I'm exhausted. Are you exhausted? I'm exhausted. Also, we didn't even really do that much today. I guess we technically did a lot. I went through so much of what we did, but it feels like we didn't do that much. Why use a one-to-one relationship with list visibility? What did you do, America 2050? It's true, Codex. Progress is progress. Let me see if I can understand what you're asking, SQL Gorster. Cool. Are you saying we need this in our code base? Yeah, I mentioned I wanted to work on like a flowchart, but I didn't. But yeah, this would actually be cool. Did you create the onboarding flow as a decision tree? That'd be cool. Feel free to make a PR. I'd be happy to add that in. But yeah, let me see what you're talking about. So lists have visibility. Visibility is it's an enum or an enum. So I don't think this will have to do any joins whenever we're getting the list itself. Technically, that should be a one-to-one relationship, though. Like, well, any given visibility can appear in more than one list. So I think that's why it shows up as a one-to-many. But you can see that a list has a single visibility. And I think with enums, with the return data, it's just going to show up as strings. Like we won't have to have like a nested lookup to get the visibility because it is stored in an enum. Does that answer your question, SQL Gorster? Because I think, oh no, sorry, that was Mark that asked that. Does that answer your question? But yeah. Oh, if you paste the mermaid file in there, it allows zoom and pan. All right, let's do it. Oh, why use one-to-one relationship if you can put the data in the table itself? To prevent duplication. So by having this enum, that's also going to validate any visibility that we try to pass in here. Instead of just making visibility a string, now you essentially have validation against those three possible values. I think that's the main thing there. Long diagram detected. Turn off autosync? Sure. How do I pan and zoom? Full screen? Hey, there we go. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so I think that's the answer to your question, Mark. Like, why not? Why even have this enum, or why even have a lookup table? Like, why wouldn't you put it directly to prevent it, basically, so that the database can work on our behalf to validate that these are the only possible values that go in there. Because if you used a string value, then you could potentially end up with weird stuff in that column. Mermaid. Oh yeah, I removed it. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're done over here. Let's get out of here. Uh, check out the schedule. It's not published for next week yet, but I will update it, and we'll try to do a Q&A stream next week because we didn't do one this week. But I will be live again at the same time on Friday to work on Listed again, and we'll probably have a stream for the travel log. The schedule for next week is going to look similar, but instead there'll probably be like a Q&A stream on Wednesday, and possibly I'll do the news on Sunday. But last Sunday I also looked at everything and I was like, there's no news that I want to report on. So deploy next week. I want to avoid deploying until we for sure have settled on the database structure, because once we deploy, I don't really want to deploy until we have actual features. Right now you can just log in, you know. All right, yeah. So check out the schedule. Follow over on Twitter if you haven't yet. Check out my YouTube channel. I also have an archive channel where all of the VODs get uploaded. And we have a Discord if you want to come hang out or ask questions. We have a help forum. And I also have a mailing list. So I send a go live notification and like a weekly update of everything we did the week before if you join the mailing list. So, yeah, that's it. Analytics? It'd be fun to do. I think we'd potentially do that more towards the end. I hadn't thought about it yet, though. Your URL works, says Oscar. Maybe my overlay is like breaking the URL. We'll have to see. Okay, let's go on a raid. Click it from Twitch. Nah, that still doesn't work. All right, if you are a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. But thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.